illiterate?
Yeah, illiterate.
Okay. So, anyways, Jim,
Anyway, just have a
what do
great
you
day.
say? What?
I just wanted to wish you guys well and have a great day and
Right,
things. I'm just trying to relax and just learn things from different people.
right. So, was there any particular evidence that, like, do you believe that they existed 2,000 years ago? I mean, I assume you do, but I don't. Just in case I'm
Well,
wrong.
just the eyewitness accounts and things, and
The
how it was
eyewitness
written.
accounts. Is that what you're saying? So, like, what would be an eyewitness account according to you?
Well, just people that lived during that time period. I'm not saying I'm an
No, I
eyewitness because
know, I know, I know. But like, who would you say was an eyewitness?
I don't have any names to be honest with you because you know I'm just speaking of the people generally during that time period as being witnesses.
Right, but do you think that we have eyewitness testimony about Jesus? Like someone who says, I saw him?
Yeah, according to what they saw and what they heard, and people were willing to die for what they saw and believed.
Right. So we don't have any text where the author says, I saw him. We don't have one.
Other than the Bible,
Well, nowhere in the Bible, what book in the Bible says
Well, what I'm
where the
saying
author
is
says, I saw him?
there are no names of eyewitnesses, but there are claims that there were eyewitnesses during that time period.
Oh, you're saying like in the story presented by the.
Yeah, in the story.
But I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
that happens with literally anything. Like if you're telling a story about like Santa Claus, elves would be his eyewitnesses because they knew him.
Well, just like today,
Mrs. Claus was being an eyewitness to Mr. Claus, to Santa Claus.
well, just like today, we've got. How do we know that George Washington existed?
We have his teeth and his like DNA relatives.
Yeah, but
and
don't you think we have
paintings
part of that DNA of there's certain people that have DNA of those type of people 2,000 years ago?
of Jesus?
No, I mean of people of that time period. Some people believe Jesus was married and had kids. I don't believe it, but
Okay, well then I don't. Well then
anyway,
I
I just
wouldn't
wanted
really
to say
argue, I
hi
guess.
and I wish you well and things, and I just trying to learn different things from different people. That's all. I'm not here to argue or debate or prove I'm right or who's right and who's wrong. I'm just
Right, but I mean, do you care about whether or not what you believe is true or false? I mean, like if you found it to
well,
be
I do
false, would
care
you
about
stop
what I
believing it?
believe, but I don't care what other people believe. I don't judge them. I don't
Right,
if they choose to
right.
believe that, that's their choice.
But if you care about what you believe, then you should like be willing to dig into it, right?
Oh, I mean, I've read the Bible more times than I can count.
Right, and that's fine. But how would you determine that the Bible was actually reliable? I mean, the Bible, of course, is going to try to say that it's reliable. Any book, any religious book, is going to say that the book itself is reliable.
That's true.
But how did you figure out that it was reliable, like in general? Like, how did you determine that it was true when it said these things?
Well, I don't say people say they say that faith is blind, and they say I use it flippantly, but I use faith because I don't take faith lightly like some people do. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's that's just my explanation. I'm no rocket scientist by any means.
Right. No, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. We're just having a conversation. I
I
mean,
go by faith. You know what I'm saying? I go by faith.
right. But I mean,
I can't prove certain things. People say, "Well, prove me to the existence of God." To be honest with you, I cannot prove the existence of God. I just got to go by faith. But my faith is not a blind faith because I've gone through some difficult times, and I know what faith produces when you have faith.
right. But as far as the story of Jesus or Paul goes, like in history, like just having faith that something happened 2,000 years ago, I mean, like, I can understand, like, to some extent, you having some kind of experience today or something weird went on, and so you ascribed that to something going on, like, oh, like, hey, I had a hard time and I got out of it, and so I believe that God got me out of it or something like that.
Yeah, I'll
That's
give you an
fine, but
example.
like,
Yeah.
well, I mean, I don't really need an example of it. I understand what
Okay.
you're talking about. It's just
Okay.
when we're talking about whether or not something happened 2,000 years ago, like Jesus or Paul living and walking around and stuff in Judea, I mean, that's just history. Like, that's not an actual experience that you have. Faith isn't really going to make a lot of sense there. Like, you should be able to dig into it to see if we have evidence that they were here. Otherwise, I don't know why anybody would assume that something happened to somebody else 2,000 years ago.
Well, I believe there's historical evidence. There were
Okay,
actually
like
places
what?
back
Like
then.
like what?
Bethlehem, Bethlehem,
Like the
Nazareth.
existence of Bethlehem? Like Bethlehem exists, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Well, I mean,
there's.
New York City exists and Spider-Man's not real.
I'm having a hard time. When you use that analogy, I'm having a hard time understand what you're trying to say.
So Spider-Man in the comics, he lives in New York City.
Oh,
Just
okay,
because
okay.
New York City is a real place that we can go to and we can see it and stuff, doesn't mean that Spider-Man is real, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm just here to learn, and one thing
Right.
about people don't like about me is, I have an open mind, and for some Christians,
I
they're
mean,
so
it's fine.
narrow-minded.
Obviously,
You
that's
know,
a good thing in my opinion. It's perfectly fine. I just, I was just curious as to whether or not you had really thought too much about whether or not there was historical evidence to back up the claims of Jesus and whatnot.
well, I've thought about it. I don't. Like I said, I'm 61 years old, and I'm just me.
Right, right, right.
Uh,
Gotcha. Well, then I mean, in that particular case, stick around if you can and keep
okay,
listening,
I'll just
keep
sit around and
keep
listen
hanging
if you
out.
don't mind. If I want to chime in, I'll ask if I can chime in and be respectful.
Yeah, not a problem. I mean, you've been respectful. I mean, I enjoyed talking to you there, Jim.
Well, that's one thing I've learned. I remember one time I was talking with an atheist and things, and this other person comes in and just both berates us, and one of them said, "Well, I don't believe." She claimed that she was called of God to be on there, and I said, "Well, that's great and dandy, but you're berating us both." And I
Right,
said, "I believe I'm claimed to be on here too."
right.
And the atheist came to my aid, and she says, "Well, why do you think that you're on here? Why do you think God's called you on here? Because you're not a Christian, Jim." And I said, "Well, I'm glad you're not God." But the reason why I'm called on here is because didn't Jesus say, love your neighbor as yourself? And you're sitting there berating both of us, so you really are not called of God to be on here. Otherwise, you'd be exhibiting the character of Christ.
Yep, showing the fruits of the spirit. Yep.
Exactly, my friend. Well, anyway, I'm just going to sit back, relax, and enjoy myself. I like your hat, by the way.
Oh,
I'm a
thank you.
redneck myself from Spokane, Washington.
There we go.
So,
There we go.
and we got a lot of fires. I've been singing this song, "We Didn't Start the Fire." Or one time last year when we had fires, somebody jokingly said to somebody, "Jim, you shouldn't have started those fires." And I just said, "Well, if you didn't give me the damn match, I wouldn't have started the fire."
Anyways,
Anyway,
before you say anything too incriminating, thank you very much for coming up there, Jim. Thank you.
okay, you have a great day. I'll just sit back and relax and chill out.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, my friend.
That was Jim, everybody. That was Jim.
Is there a nurse around?
He seemed pretty chill to me.
Yeah, very chill.
Yep. Yeah. And whoa, there's a crazy echo. I don't think that's me. Hopefully not. Oh no, he muted. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, anybody, including Jim, if you want to grab a copy of Christ Before Jesus, it is a book that goes over what we're talking about here. Me and my co-author, we are data scientists, and we take a look at the Greek New Testament, chop it up, and compare it to itself, and also with other things in Greek from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century CE and the 1st century BCE, as well as a little bit from the 4th. And we try to figure out if we can find out when it was written or who potentially wrote some of it. And we find some pretty cool stuff out. All right. But yeah, the link is in my bio here or on the YouTube channel. And welcome in, by the way. Welcome in, everybody, there on TikTok and YouTube. If you are on YouTube, you can click the link that is in the chat. I'm actually going to put another one in there. You might need to scroll up just a little bit for that. But if you have a TikTok, you can join. Just click the link that's in the chat and come on over, and we can have a conversation. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over to TikTok, that's perfectly fine. You can send a super chat. I will respond to it. I will read it. Yeah, we'll get it going there. Aaron, you are still kind of echoey. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. It's not bad. It's just like I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. Am I echoing?
No, as soon as I talk, I hear an echo. Whoa, whoa. Virtue 2 Feral. Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat, everybody. Virtue 2 Feral, brought to you by Ross Stores. If you want clothes, go somewhere else. We have them, kinda. Ross.
Thank you. You're so kind. Thank you, buddy. That was it. Follow me. Bye, guys.
Yes, make sure you're following Virtue. I don't know when Virtue's going live again. Yeah, you're gonna have to follow her to find out. That's the thing.
She was just live.
Oh, she was just live. Yeah, for some reason, there's a weird, scratchy echo there on yours. I might...
Rude. All right, I'll ask my question.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll run. I got to get back to the cesspool anyway.
Oh, I thought you had a question.
I'll ask.
Oh, okay. Choco Nips. What you got there, Choco Nips?
Cocoa Nips.
There's an H in
Choco
there.
Nips, Cocoa Nips, whichever you want.
Okay. All right. Well, what you got?
No, curious to know what this is.
What is?
Are you just debating people?
I mean, we're talking about whether or not Jesus and Paul existed, like historically.
Nice. So what you just inviting people to talk about it?
Yeah. Did you have any evidence for them or anything like that?
No, I'm a believer, believe in God, but that's kind of it. I was just curious to know.
Oh, you only believe in God, like you don't believe in Jesus or anything?
Yeah, believe in Jesus.
Oh, so do you think he existed 2,000 years ago?
Yeah, I do. I think he's a historical figure, and also, yeah.
What would be the evidence that put you over that threshold there, that convinced you that Jesus or Paul, I guess, existed 2,000 years ago, just walking about in Judea?
I think for me, it started with a personal experience.
Okay.
Less
Well,
about
unless you had a
the-
personal experience with some kind of artifact or a manuscript or something like that, that's not going to show us anything about 2,000 years ago. That would at best show you something that you experienced in your lifetime that is only specific to you. And that's fine. I'm not talking about that. If you think that Jesus saved you yesterday or something like that, that's cool. Whatever. I don't care. If you think Jesus is alive today, fantastic. We're talking about whether or not he existed as the Bible presents him 2,000 years ago. Because the last time I checked, the Bible does not include a story where Jesus or God at all appears to Choco Nips.
Wait, you lost me there. Sorry, you interrupted me. I was gonna just
Yeah,
share
it's
that-
because your actual experience today, unless you are a data scientist, an archaeologist, or some kind of scholar of some kind, your experience isn't going to tell us what happened 2,000 years ago.
I mean, I guess I was just gonna answer or have a discussion, but you obviously don't want to hear. my
No,
perspective,
I don't want to
guess.
hear. I want to hear your perspective as to how you understand that he existed 2,000 years ago. But your experience, you said you had an experience, and unless you had an experience with like data or something, or unless you had an experience with an artifact, I don't know
But
what
I think
your
you
experience
gotta
would be.
You gotta open up to people's answer before you kind of cut them off.
Cool.
Otherwise,
So go ahead and
hear-
give your answer. I'm just about 100% sure that you're not about to say that you had an experience with an actual artifact from 2,000 years ago. And you're going to say something about how you theologically got to the idea that Jesus existed. And you're not going to say anything about how we know that he existed in history. But go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I'm trying to help you understand, I guess. Is the thing for me is that a lot of these debates take place in a kind of narrow field of, like, for you, it's like a historical thing that
Yep,
you need in order to hear even someone else's perspective.
because we're talking about history. When
Sure,
I
and
say Jesus and Paul
I
never
would agree
existed, I'm
that he
not
was a
saying anything theological.
sure, no, and I would agree. I wouldn't disagree. I agree that he was a historical figure.
Okay. And what evidence do you have? That's the question that I asked earlier. What evidence do you have that you've been presented with that convinced you that he actually existed 2,000 years ago? Not that he exists today or he can heal you or he can do anything today. I'm not talking about God. I'm not talking about miracles. I'm not talking about
I
morality.
understand your
I'm talking
question. I
about
understand you.
2,000 years ago. Go ahead. What evidence is that?
Yeah. Well, if you look up a lot of biblical scholars,
Okay.
some of them are an atheist. A lot of them would come to the agreement that they believe that a figure um, of Jesus of Nazareth, who came from this area in Palestine, in Judea, and a lot of biblical scholars would be even atheists, but they would all come to terms that there was a
Mhm.
historical figure
Okay.
of that period. So
Is that
I go off the
is that
basis
you?
of
Oh,
other.
so just because other people said that it happened, you're saying it happened, or are you aware of the evidence that they present for this? I mean, surely you're not just telling me what the opinion of someone else is, and you're just like, I like their opinion.
Well, how else do we know about history?
Okay, well, what
You weren't.
evidence did
Were
they
you in?
present? Did you not read from the scholars? You just say, oh, the scholar said something, so I'll just go with it, or did you
Yeah, I
not
would read
like
up.
look
I
into
would
it?
read up biblical scholars. I'd read
Okay,
up
that's
things that are
fine,
backed by biblical
and that's
scholarship.
that's great. That's great. So, what evidence was presented by biblical scholarship for Jesus?
Well, I know that there is a general consensus on that, not on the basis of someone's belief, but more on the basis that a historical figure was
Yeah.
crucified under Pontius
Yeah, and
Pilate. That
that's
this was a
fine.
time
Like, but
during
what evidence
Caesar.
should they show for that? That's what I'm asking. I understand a consensus is just the overall opinion of or overall stance of the majority of people. Cool. How did they get to that? So basically, I asked you how you got to your conclusion, and you said, well, other people came to the conclusion. Okay, how did
hmm
they get to the conclusion?
Well, because they must have documented history.
Who's they?
I mean, time. I mean, who documented the history of the Romans?
Generally, the Romans.
Right. So
So do you
would it not
believe
be
that
the
the
same for
Romans mentioned Jesus?
the Romans mentioned Jesus?
Is that what you're trying to get at or trying to insinuate? I don't.
Well, the Romans were definitely post Jesus, right?
What do you mean post Jesus?
As in, were the Romans around the same time, or were they post or prior Jesus?
They would. Jesus would have lived during the time of the Roman Republic.
Right, because Pontius Pilate was at least documented to be a Roman.
Yeah,
Right. So if
or the
Pontius
Roman
Pilate
Empire. I guess. I
existed
guess more the
and
empire at that
and
point.
Julius Caesar existed, all to say, I mean, I'm all to say is that obviously because you want to exclude this idea of a personal story. I
Well,
know
the
that in
personal
terms of
story, unless you are an archaeologist or a scholar or a data scientist or something like that, it's not going to mean anything. I'm also not going to accept the personal story of a Mormon who decided to, believe in the Book of Mormon and how Jesus came over to North America, right after he ascended out of Jerusalem. I'm not going to accept the personal story of somebody unless they are somehow involved in researching 2,000-year-old history. That
right.
it's
So
irrelevant.
so you would need essentially someone from that time in order to open your mind to the idea of the historical
No,
evidence
what
of
I would
Jesus.
need is something from that time that someone I'm talking to, like yourself, or the scholars that you have alluded to and pointed to. I would need something presented by these people to me that is evidence of Jesus back then.
Okay, okay.
Like, for instance, we know Julius Caesar existed because not only are there people who mention him, like contemporaries who mention him, but there's also things like coins and statues and busts with his likeness
Right.
on it that he posed for that all look the same, which is how we know what he looked like. And we know
hmm
that, and we also can see that they carbon date to that particular time period. They line up. Sometimes they have actual, like, dates engraved onto them or it's
Hmm.
etched onto them. I mean, they line up with other things from that time. I mean, we have ways of knowing that people existed back in history, all right? And
Hmm.
scholars
Hmm.
take a look at this, historians take a look at this, and they say this is what we have for this person. This is the proof we have for this person. This is the evidence. I understand that a bunch of people who have PhDs after their name or doctor before their name have said that we believe that Jesus existed. That's cool. And I understand that you have taken that as, for lack of a better term, gospel. But what is the evidence that they presented?
Well, I haven't done a deep dive. I'm not someone who is s- historically studying my faith. I'm someone who has a relationship to it, and a lot of people, I would say, didn't come to terms of having a faith through a theological study or historical research. I would say that a
Well,
lot
that
of
doesn't make a
people,
lot of sense because the Bible doesn't mention you, does it? When it
The
talks
Bible
that does are you mentioned in the
mentions
gospel?
mankind.
Cool. Are you mentioned in the gospel?
I don't need to be.
All right. That's true because the gospel is not about you and it's not about the future. The gospel is explicitly about somebody who is supposedly existing during a time all the way up until about 36, no later than 36, because that's when Pilate is dismissed from office.
Mm,
So, when it talks about a history and you believe this, so much so that you believe that that character is still alive today somehow,
mhm.
and I mean, if I asked you things from the gospel, you would say, yes, I believe that happened. Why? Why do you
Well,
believe that that happened? If because it's not it's no longer a theological reason. It's a historical thing. The gospels are
right,
not yes, they might be a religious text, but they are trying to say that this actually happened in history. And
right.
if the authors are getting the things that we can check like history, if they're getting those things wrong, why on earth are you trusting them for the things we can't check?
Because I guess my faith is not in 100% entirely grounded in fact checking. Like, I'm sure there are people like Wesley
Well,
Huff, there are
doesn't
people
Jesus need
who
to exist for your faith to matter?
I believe he did exist.
Cool.
I was about to
Why?
say is that I think
Why
that
do you
there
believe that
are,
he existed like the Gospels claim?
well, I would go down that road and explain it to you, but I think you're going to probably disqualify it because it relates
You
to
haven't
my
explained
own.
it at all. And you
Well,
just
I
kind
was
of,
going,
and now you're trying to say that even if you did explain it, I would disqualify it. I'm telling you right now, I am asking, and I've been asking this entire time, why you think that this text that is saying this person existed in history is actually correct. Like, it, that doesn't like if there was a text out there that said that you know you if it said everything else, if it said all the theological elements of if it had all the theological evidence elements of the gospels and stuff like that, but instead of saying that it happened to a guy named Jesus, it happened to a guy named Chuck in the first century, would you, I guess, worship Chuck? I guess, like, are you saying that it truly does not matter? All the historical claims don't mean shit to you? It's all just theological for you? Like if his name was Chuck, you would worship
uh, I mean, that doesn't make entire
I mean,
sense, but
you're saying that you don't care. You got to this belief purely based off of just faith and your experiences and not actually
mhm,
looking into it historically. So if you saw that there was this guy instead of Jesus, it was a guy named Chuck and he drove a Ford F-150 in the first
right,
century, you wouldn't
sure.
give a shit about that. You'd just be like, well, I'm still worshiping Chuck because
No, no,
I don't care about that. I mean, it doesn't matter if it doesn't line up with history. I don't care about that. I still have
no.
faith that Chuck is my Lord and Savior.
Right, right, Chuck.
I
I
mean,
love Chuck
is
as
that
Lord and Savior.
well? I mean,
Sounds like a
well?
sounds
It
like a
sounds
fun
you're trying
Savior.
to distance yourself from the historical things because you know that
I'm
there's not
not. I'm
any
not.
proof.
What I'm
So then,
saying is
what
I'm
is the
just
historical proof for
I'm
this
not trying to
gospel?
distance myself
Okay, then what
from
is the
it.
historical proof from the gospel?
Well, you're asking me, you were going to ask me about where I came to my faith, and now you're asking about the
I was
historical
not.
proof.
I was not. I'm asking you what is the historical proof for the gospel? If you are actually connected to the historical parts, which the gospels try to have in there, most of the gospel is trying to say this historically happened. Yes, there's some theological points in there. Yes, there's some teachings and shit like that, but a lot of it is trying to say that this physically happened, that this
Hmm.
actually happened on this planet. So I'm asking you, how did you determine that was true? And it sounds like you are actually connected somewhat to the historical validity of this
I'm
text.
connected in the sense that when I study the Bible, I also try and figure out the historical context of the times in which the
Okay.
text was written,
Okay.
in terms of the
So when you read
stories
about
and
Jesus talking about rabbis, but there's no
bro,
rabbis at
you
that
gotta
time, what
let
do you
me
do?
finish. You can't invite people on for debate and then
No,
cut
it's
them off
because,
after one
well,
sentence.
I invited you up, and it's very
Because you
clear
clearly
that you
just,
don't.
if you
No,
have your mind made
listen,
up,
Choco
or you
Nips, listen, shut up. I invited you up, and it's very clear that you don't want to actually talk about it, and you don't have any clue about it, which is why you don't want to talk about it. It's incredibly obvious that you don't want to talk about the historical parts because you don't know anything about it. Like, you know nothing about it. And so I'm having to try to get you to the point to where you're thinking about it so that you could possibly go off and actually take a look at it, because it does matter. It matters when a text says, hey, this actually happened and this is why it matters. If it didn't happen, you probably shouldn't care about the text at all, let alone why it matters if it didn't happen. All right. But your belief is all based off of why it matters and the theological elements that come from this historical claim. The point is, the historical claim is bullshit. And I'm trying to get you to question that. I'm trying to get you to realize that. I'm trying to get you to that point. And it's not listening to you dribble on about the theological message or how you came to the faith is not going to get us any closer to understanding the history that I'm trying to talk about, that I'm very clearly trying to talk about here. It's just not going to get you anywhere. So please, for the love of all that is holy, which isn't much, please either give me the evidence for the gospel's historical claims, or we'll just move on to the next guy. What do you got?
I don't think you're open to letting people actually discuss or share. I think
Give me the
if it
evidence,
goes
the
off,
historical stuff. Give me the historical stuff for Jesus. The historical
again,
proof for Jesus.
I was gonna answer that, but you wouldn't let me.
Okay,
So,
just immediately go into it. What is the historical evidence for Jesus? Go.
well, do you want to actually let me talk?
Go.
Okay, like I said, I am someone who's come to faith. I am someone who looks into the historical context of
Then
the
give it.
stories
Just
within.
jump to the evidence, man. I don't care about you. Just jump to the
Brother,
evidence.
you don't want to
Jump
hear
to
it.
the evidence. I don't want to hear about you. Get to the evidence.
But the evidence, I don't dive deep into the. That's
So
not
you
how
don't
I
have any?
support. I don't live by evidence.
Okay, so you don't
Otherwise,
just
it's
say
not
I don't
faith.
have any. Just say that. Say I
I
believe
don't have.
something without any evidence. Just say
I don't
that.
have any.
Okay, well, there you go. You're a dumb fuck. We're moving on to somebody else. All right. See, that's why I didn't let you just prattle on, because I knew you didn't have any evidence because you never looked into it. You believe something without any evidence, which is a terrible way to live your life, and you're going to continue to do it because you're just stupid as shit. We're moving on to somebody else. God damn it. All right, Tekta. What you got?
Hi.
Or what? Sorry,
You can
Tektka.
call me Jess. Jess.
Okay, that makes sense. All right,
So,
Jess.
no, I just come in here, Prado. I'm not, smart or anything, but I had like a graphic design degree, and they were talking about Gilgamesh. Do you know anything about Gilgamesh?
Who is they?
Yeah, hey, I don't remember my teacher, but do you know who Gilgamesh is?
Okay, slow down. So you have a
Gilgamesh
graphics design degree,
degree, yeah, and
and one of
I
your
have a.
teachers was talking about Gilgamesh?
We were talking about rocks, isn't that funny? And we were talking about Gilgamesh. I don't know how that came to be. Got stuff mixed up. Is that weird?
I mean, this whole conversation is weird. I'm not really sure. So
Oh, sorry.
Gilgamesh doesn't have
Sorry, I
anything
meant
to
the
do
wrong
with
one.
Jesus.
Because I was wondering about Gilgamesh. I keep on thinking about this guy named Gilgamesh, and I'm just like, it was just a weird class. I don't really know that much though.
So
Yeah,
you have a graphics design degree, and you were taking a class on rocks, naturally.
rocks.
And
Yes.
in the rocks class, they brought up Gilgamesh, and this is sometime in the
rocks.
past, and you decided to bring it up on a live about Jesus and Paul.
I don't really know that much, but I thought Gilgamesh was in the Bible, right?
No.
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 Oh. This is really awkward.
Yes. So Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh is like the oldest story that we have, and part
Is
of
it
the
really?
Epic
Wait,
of
wait, wait,
Gilgamesh.
wait. Because was it on papyrus first, or was it on a
No,
rock?
it's like on stone.
Oh, really? Serious?
Yeah. So
Well,
as a
I
result,
should get out of here because I don't really want to talk about it too much. My bad.
why'd you bring it up?
Oops.
What the fuck just happened? I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. All right. Well, if you're on YouTube, make sure to click the link that's in the chat. Come on up to TikTok here. I want to hear from you. If you got evidence for Jesus or Paul, that conversation went nowhere fast. It started in nowhere and pretty much just kind of circled the drain. If you don't have a TikTok or anything like that, you can send a super chat. I will read it out loud there on YouTube, and I will respond to it. So if you've got any questions for me, or if you want to tell me some evidence for Jesus, or just say that I look like some dumb douchebag with a cowboy hat, you can definitely go ahead and do that. That is perfectly fine with me. Send a super chat. I will read it out loud. So any message that you send will be read. What is going on? Casey Whitaker.
How's it going, man? I'm just driving. I just jumped into the conversation.
All right, so really quick, you meant to say that you were in the back of an Uber, correct? Just sent you an invite to unmute.
There we go.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So you're in the back of an Uber, correct?
No, I'm driving through my Bluetooth.
All right, you can't drive in TikTok. I was trying to give you a way out. I don't mind, but if you want to request back up, I will bring you back up, but you gotta make sure that you clarify that by driving you meant the back of an Uber, and we can continue the conversation. It's against TikTok TOS. All right. Polenta Forest over there on YouTube, $2 says, I ain't that smart, but I know what what queef is. I don't know why you spelled is like that. There's a ton of Z's. Look at that. Closing in on about 480. Almost halfway to 1,000 of those things. All right, moving on to the next guest here. Anything but paying attention to the road. MP Envy?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
The OG. All right. What you got, man?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me take these headphones off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I hope it ain't echoing too bad, but
Nah,
I
it sounds
don't.
fine.
Okay, cool. I don't per se have an argument with you. I'm intrigued because most people nowadays, you know, they fail to seek information. And although I was raised Christian, I do not call myself Christian this day. And like they say the Big Bang and all this there, all of the universe, and the earth is way older than 2,000 years. So they say. So, but I have a
Literally
question for you.
everyone says that it's older than 2,000 years.
Exactly. Except for, we'll leave that alone. But I got a question for you. Like, you feel Jesus and Paul didn't exist. Let me ask you a question. Do you feel the devil didn't exist as well?
What does that have to do with whether or not Jesus and Paul walked on the planet?
Because they're all one and the same, right? Like all of them walked on the planet.
Jesus,
Angels
Paul,
and all
and
that.
Satan are all one and the same?
Yeah, they're what do you call it? Divine
Fictional?
beings or
Oh.
whatever you want to call them. because I'm
Okay.
intrigued by what you say.
All right. Yeah, not a problem. I mean, did you have a
No,
question
it's
that
just
was
that
relevant to Jesus and Paul, or did you have like any
no,
evidence
in
for them,
general,
or what?
no, in general, because you have a good point. So I'm asking you about this point as well. I'm like, that's a good point. So none of them existed, and because there should be no evidence for the devil as well, right?
What? If none of them existed, that should be evidence for the
There should
devil, or
not
there
be
should
any
not.
evidence for the
Okay.
devil as well. Just like there's no evidence for Jesus and Paul.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's not any evidence for any of those characters.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking you. Yeah, but out of the Bible, are you only Jesus and Paul are the only ones that
The
you
only
feel
ones that
didn't walk
didn't
this earth?
exist?
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, Mary, Joseph, they didn't exist. The disciples didn't exist. I mean, but when you're talking about the New Testament, uh,
Mhm.
if Jesus didn't exist, then he can't have family. So there goes any claims of any text in the New Testament written by his family, like James or Jude or
Facts.
something like that. And then he can't have disciples. So there goes everything from the disciples. And if Peter's not there, then Mark, who's supposed to be like an interpreter of Peter, then that goes away. And then the only other person who's not directly linked to him, like a disciple or a family member, would be Paul. And if Paul didn't exist, so that's why I talk about Paul. So if Paul didn't exist,
Mhm.
then also there goes any supposed Luke, because Luke is supposed to be a doctor who traveled around with Paul. So there goes the entire New Testament.
Hmm. You make a lot of sense to me. I mean, a lot of people in my family probably would hang me on the cross, but you make a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, religious fanatics tend to be like that sometimes.
Do you feel like they may be hiding the truth or the proof?
No, I think that most people at this point they just believe it. I think there might be a few people. There's a nonprofit known as the Clergy Project that helps people who are in positions of power, like priests or pastors and stuff like that, that are starting to lose their faith or starting to lose their belief in this kind of stuff and realize that it's made up. And so they're kind of having a hard time trying to figure out how to carry on with that kind of stuff, and continue helping people in their community, but also not believe that kind of stuff. Because once you start to realize that it's built on a house of cards and you start to knock that house of cards down, you can't really build it back up. It's next to
Right about
impossible
that.
to build it back up. And most people wouldn't want to anyways, because, I mean, why? If you found out that there was a man behind the curtain, then why are you going to try to go back and talk to the giant face in Oz? That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Hey, they
So
need more minds like you in the world, man.
right, well, I guess, but I guess thank you. But that being said, I feel like the majority of people who are out there saying things about Jesus and Paul, they probably do earnestly believe it, but like at the same time, they haven't really looked into it too terribly much. There are some people who are faking it. There are some people who are very clearly shysters and stuff like that and grifters. That's obviously terrible. But I would say the majority of people who are out there spreading Jesus and stuff like that are people who actually believe that he existed. I don't think there's anybody who's like, hey, we know it's fake and we're going to try to hide it, really. There might be a few people who are dealing with that kind of stuff, but they're not like actively going and trying to deceive people even though they know it's fake or something. I don't think that that's really the case.
I mean, if that's the case, if you don't think they're actively trying to hide it or whatnot, why would they make different religions?
Well, the different religions are just different interpretations of a fictional story. I mean,
Of the
very
same
clearly,
story.
if it's a fictional story, then it's not going to be like it's just man-made. It's a man-made
Facts.
story, so it's not going to have it's not going to be perfect. So very very clearly there's going to be opportunities for people to see things differently because it's not laid out exactly as it should be. If this was something that was laid out by a divine, all-knowing, all-powerful God, it would be explicitly clear, and it would probably require this God who very clearly can interact with the world to keep showing back up every few years just to kind of remind everybody that, this is how it goes. Maybe even send Jesus down to do a couple sermons or something every year. Like that'd be pretty good. Everybody would be on the same page if you kept doing that. But like, no, it's clearly a man-made thing. And so it's going to have errors. It's going to have problems. It's going to be clearly fictional. So other people are going to be able to have their own take on it and spin-offs and stuff like that. So this is how it works.
Hey, you know what? I thank you for your insight, man. You gave me a lot more insight to go on and things like that. Hold on. I'm sorry.
No worries. I do want to get to the next guest, though, but it sounds
Yes,
like
sir,
you and
yes,
I
sir.
probably agree with quite a bit. Stick around if you can. The chat is super knowledgeable about this kind of stuff. There's some really
man.
really
Hey,
good people out there.
You caught my attention. I'm here. I
All right.
followed you and everything, man.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Have a good one.
And by the way, to anybody out there, there is a Discord. Hopefully somebody can get the link to the Discord there on the TikTok and YouTube. Careful, YouTube. But send it over on YouTube there. That's perfectly fine. The Discord is Deconstructing Chaos. And anybody who is, actively, a good asking questions in good faith and everything like that, like actually like being like a normal person and is genuinely curious or genuinely interested in becoming part of that group there, definitely join that Discord, and we'd love to see you in there and be able to conversate with you there. And there's a lot of other really good creators there on YouTube and TikTok that have their own channels there in that Discord, and so you're able to interact with them and possibly go up on some panels and have some conversations. If you do want to come up on this panel, that's perfectly fine. Click the link that is in the chat there on YouTube, and it'll take you over to TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok, send a super chat. I will read it and I will respond to it. Much like the $2.79 Canadian from Nick Graves 666 that says, "Listen, McQueeferson, what do you mean Gilga isn't in the Bible?" Well, I mean, not in a way that person was going to understand it. I think that's the problem. That's the issue. And only really part of the Gilgamesh story, if you really think about it. But regardless, I'm not going to get into it necessarily. I don't know why they even brought it up. I have no idea. Also, check out, there's a link there in the bio. Cries Before Jesus is available. There's a $3 ebook there. You can grab a copy of that. The link is in my bio here on TikTok or on the YouTube profile, and it goes over a lot of these topics here. It's from my co-author and I. What is going on? Incel, the name of this guy.
Yeah, you like it?
I mean, no, but I mean, still. Well, what you got, man?
Yeah, so I guess my issue, I've heard a lot of your argumentation has to do with stylometry.
What?
So when we're
I
dealing
haven't
with-
used stylometry all day. I've been going live for an hour and 21 minutes. I haven't
your
used
book
the
is
word
about- Your book is
stylometry.
about stylometry, is it not?
There's 9 chapters, and 2 chapters go over stylometry. One of them just tells you what it is.
All right. Now, would you say that
So,
stylometry
no.
drives or predicates a lot of your evidence that Pauline letters are author like?
No.
No, it wouldn't. Okay, so how are you dating the Pauline letters?
Considering the fact that the early church fathers like Tertullian recognized the fact that
Wait a minute. Why don't you want to defend stylometry all of a sudden? It's weird.
because that's not how we determined that Paul's letters were in the 2nd century.
That's fair enough. Okay, so yeah, go ahead. Render the argument.
Okay. So early church fathers recognized that Marcion was actually the first person to publish them. We do not see any evidence whatsoever that there's any indication of Paul's letters prior to 144, but we do know that they were published in roughly 144 there by Marcion and his students. You can also, if you want, if you don't trust stylometry or anything like that, that's perfectly fine. You can go and take a look at Dr. Nina Livesey's work, where she agrees with us but doesn't invoke data science at all.
That's crazy that you don't want to defend the data science, that you've predicated a lot of your
No, we
arguments
don't
on.
predicate it on it, and that's my point. I can use stylometry or whatever to take a look at this
So
stuff
do you
if we
want to
want.
abandon your stylometry arguments for this conversation?
It's not part of the argument.
Okay, so in other words, I just want to hear you say this. Like, hey, Christ before Jesus doesn't want to talk about stylometry, right? So it's not a part of the
I do
Pauline
talk about it. It's
authorship.
part of the Bible, but that's not how we got to it. Part of the Bible, part of the book. But if you actually read the book, you'll see that. And have you read the book, by the way?
Yeah, here and there.
Okay, so what chapter is it that we start
Yeah,
talking about stylometry?
yeah, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, you haven't read the book, have you?
No, I haven't read the book.
Okay,
Here and there, I've seen it. I think I read a couple of pages, and I was like, well, this is nonsense.
cool. So did
Because
you
of
read
the
pages on?
overwhelming
Did you
claim
read pages on
that's indexed
stylometry?
to the
Did you
overwhelming
read the
claim
pages on
that's what- I'm
stylometry?
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the beginning.
Yeah, that's
I was
perfectly fine.
at the
Yeah,
middle of mine.
yeah, sweet. Yeah, you've been muted. Did you read
Why
a
don't
page
you
on
want to talk about
stylometry?
stylometry, bro? This
I
is
do.
crazy.
What page of our book talks about it? What
Well,
page
okay,
did you?
yeah,
What page did you read about
why are you
stylometry in our
panicking,
book?
bro?
Because I'm
Why
asking
don't
you a
you want to
question.
defend stylometry,
I
dude?
am. I want you
This
to
is
tell.
so crazy.
I want you to
All
tell
right,
me.
that's cool.
I want you to tell me what page you read
No, I
about
don't know, and I
stylometry.
don't care. Do you defend stylometry or not?
Defend it.
Yeah. Your argument has to do with stylometry. Your word calculator
Our
is going to refute 2000.
listen. My argument hasn't been.
word
My argument this entire
Why are you
time
muting
has not been dependent on stylometry. What are you talking about?
Okay, you never used to. Okay, so from now on, don't ever use.
My argument this
No, no.
entire time, and by time I mean this in conversation that you and I have had, has not invoked stylometry. Why are you talking about it?
Yeah. So in other words, I just want to
Mhm.
hear you say this. Let me just get this straight.
You heard me
You've never made
directly.
these. Why are you muting
Okay,
me? Why are
if
you?
it please stop talking. I'm the host.
Why?
If you
This is-
if you unmute again, if you unmute,
Holy
okay,
cow.
there you go. Listen, I have not invoked stylometry all day, this entire live. For an hour and 24 minutes, I've been going live on TikTok. And then as far as YouTube goes, it's been 46 minutes and about 25 seconds. So while absolutely stylometry is a very powerful tool that we use to verify the theory that we have, the theory itself was not based off of stylometry. So the argument can be made completely without bringing up stylometry or invoking any kind of data science. Well, not necessarily like a computer data science, computer-driven or math-driven or something like that. So there you go. I don't have to use it in order to show you that Paul is in the 2nd century. You were letting me like actually prove that point, but then you started to realize that you were off of your script and you couldn't do anything. And you're like, oh shit, well, I just wanted to point out some kind of dumb thing from a long time ago, well over a decade ago, that said that the way he uses stylometry or something like that might potentially not be like correct or something like that. But nevertheless, once I showed you that I could make the argument without stylometry, you didn't know what to do, so you just tried to drive it back over to stylometry. It was kind of pathetic. But that being said, we're going to move on to Rocco Ganza.
Rocco is fine, thank you.
Okay, what you got?
Can you hear me all right? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I saw the topic on YouTube and it got me really interesting because I have an opinion about it.
Okay.
But I'm not an historian and I don't have a lot of knowledge about it. But I'm just curious on how you would dispute it, because. So first of all, context. I am an atheist. I don't believe in God.
So
But
you're an artist? Is that what you said?
Atheist. Sorry, I'm Italian.
Oh,
I'm actually
okay.
atheist.
Like ateo. Okay,
Atheist.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God.
Gross.
But I think that Jesus existed. And the reason I think that Jesus existed is that his values that he predicated were so different for his time, because they were about forgiveness and, respect for the other. That my opinion
He tells
is
his
either
disciples to buy swords.
Sorry?
He tells his disciples to buy swords. He said, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. I came to separate father from son, mother from daughter. I came to set the world on fire, and I wish it was already burning. He calls a woman a dog because she's the wrong ethnicity. I don't know if that guy is necessarily a bastion of love and peace.
So you don't think that at the end the values of brotherhood and came at the end from Christ? Because my view is that
brotherhood for like one particular sect of people, one particular ethnicity. I mean that.
Yeah,
literally, when a Canaanite woman comes out to ask him for help, he doesn't listen to her and he ignores her. even though she's just asking for help for her daughter, not even for herself, for her daughter. And then whenever his disciples go up and say, hey, send her away, she's making a bunch of noise. He said, I did not come for, I came only for the lost sheep of Israel, specifically meaning like he came for the Jewish people, not Canaanites. And then whenever she falls on her knees in front of him, like begging, and she asks for help, and then he calls her a dog. He says, it's not good to take the food that's for the children and give it to the dogs.
Oh, I was totally not aware of that. But
Yeah.
because I thought that, as
now he ends up helping her once she acknowledges
across
that she's a dog. Once she says, oh, well, like, even the dogs deserve the scraps. Then he was like, all right, cool. Then I'll help you. But, like, he ignored her at first because she was the wrong ethnicity and called her a dog.
That's awful, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, like, there's every once in a while, there's some verses that are like, oh, this sounds pretty good. But then there's every once in a while some verses that are like, this is shitty. So, like, nah, it's just all over the place. It's very clearly the Gospels were used as, like, these weird textual, like, beating sticks that these different sects of Christianity used against different groups of people, or against each other, to try to say, oh, hey, I'm showing Jesus in this particular way, or I'm showing Jesus in this particular way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not very consistent. It's all over the place.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, then, yeah.
But, I mean, there's other ways to get to how Jesus didn't exist. I'm not saying that because Jesus is sometimes an asshole and sometimes sort of kind of nice, that he didn't exist. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, if you look at Jesus purely as this great person, it's like, it sounds like you just kind of heard the highlights of the stories. You didn't actually read all of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because from the Gospels that I was, told when I was, young, the fact that he was staying a lot with women, and it was something that was really emphasized about his figure, that was noble, because at the time it was super sexist and horrible, and this was something, new about it. And but from what
there's one particular
clearly,
gospel, it's not in the
story.
canon. It's not in the canon, but there's a gospel of Thomas, is like a sayings gospel or whatever, that shows up a little later, and it's just a bunch of like quotes supposedly from Jesus. And one of them says that in heaven all the women will be turned into men.
Oop. Yeah, well, totally. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely like part of it. Then, yeah, it's not like, I mean, I totally agree. Then, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but anyways, that being said, stick around, especially for like the historicity kind of stuff, because obviously I get into that quite a bit, But yeah, there you go. But thank you very much. That was Rocco.
Thank you,
Rocco there. Grazie. All right, we're gonna go ahead and let's see here. Do.
Hey man, what's up?
Hey, we got epistemic rationalist. I think that's there we go.
Yeah.
That is that is a really tall cross on your profile picture. Just so everybody's aware. So on YouTube, this guy's got a profile picture, and it's I guess it might just be perspective kind of thing, but it's like a cross, but it's like taken, like it's almost as if an ant at the foot of the cross took a picture.
Yep.
And it's like super tall. There was one time that I got Gemini to produce an image for me, because I thought that this would be absolutely hilarious, and for some reason I lost the image. So Jake, Aaron, if you can do your thing there on Discord, please help a brother out. So I got it to generate an artwork of like the people around the cross, but then Jesus is on just like a normal size, like just normal cross, but it's super tall. It's like he's like really high up in the air. And it's like, I don't know, something about that was just really funny. Not that it's a big cross, but like it's this normal size around, like normal girth, if you will. But it was just super tall. And I was just like, wow, that's ridiculous. No, not that one, Emily. Jesus Christ. Anyways, so epistemic, what you got?
Yeah, man. I'm just curious what your historical epistemic methodological criteria would be for establishing someone's existence.
So like there's different
should I
levels.
take-
There's different
Okay.
levels of how we can know how confident we can be on and if somebody existed in the past. All right, the highest assurity that we can have is going to be, you know, audio recording, video recording, you know, pictures. But of course, that didn't happen in antiquity, right?
I mean, I would disagree with that. I mean, because there's still
No,
some level
we don't
of
have any cameras
skepticism.
back then.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, like, even if we did have cameras, you know, there could still be a skeptic that says,
I didn't
"Hey, you know,
say
this
that
is
that's
not."
perfect. I didn't say that. I just said that
Okay,
that's
so
the highest level.
I would say that I disagree with that.
Okay.
But
I don't
but
know
again, that's neither
what
here nor
would make
there.
no okay. Within the past, what would be better evidence of someone than a video or audio recording of them?
What would be better evidence? I think what would be better evidence is the historical critical method. I think if we
Okay,
have
yeah, and
a
the historical
criteria in
critical
which we
method, is going to
can I finish?
include the historical
Okay, I
critical
can't
method is
finish.
going to
Okay.
it's going to include things like that. Like it's going to it's going to literally list out things that are going to be beneficial for establishing historicity of somebody, and the top tier is going to be video audio recordings. There's literally nothing better than video audio recordings of somebody to prove that they existed before you lived. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Okay, I mean, so look, this is my whole contention,
uh-huh.
because when you say that someone doesn't exist historically, that's just going to presuppose that you have some sort of epistemic, historical, methodological
Cool.
criteria by which you
What we're gonna do?
Sir,
What
can
we're
I
gonna do?
please okay, so look,
No.
this is what we're not
What
going
we're
to do.
gonna do?
Can I finish a
What we're gonna
yeah,
do
can I
is
finish a
okay.
sentence?
If you want to
We're
stay up
not here
here,
to be
okay. If you unmute, if you unmute, I'll disconnect you. I
yeah,
want to
just
have the conversation with you,
you're
but
not
you're gonna okay.
genuine.
Sweet. I want to have a conversation, but you're going to have to actually be a normal human being and talk with words that most of the people that are in the chat are going to be able to understand. All right. I understand what you're talking about, but you're going to have to stop and lay off the weird Philbro jargon and have a conversation about history. The best evidence that we have of people prior to our lifetime is video, picture, or audio recording. Hopefully all three of them, like at the same time, if you will, or hopefully all three, you know, just of a person to be able to establish that they actually existed. This is very good evidence. Okay. I'm not going to sit around and have discussions about whether or not you know, we have better evidence than a picture or better evidence than an audio recording for somebody. That's dumb as shit. There is no better evidence, and you weren't able to present any better evidence. You just kind of were talking about some weird Philbro bullshit. And if that was that Q-Top, if that was Q-Top, then, you know, go talk to a kid or something. All right. What's going on, Casey Whitaker?
How's it going? Yeah, I'm at home now, so I'm good.
Okay, yeah. Nice. You're back on.
Okay, so historical evidence.
Yeah. Oh, shit. You there? You there? If you're off the app, I can't hear you, so you may have hopped off the app or something.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, have you ever heard of a historian called Tacitus from Rome?
No.
Have you ever heard of him? No? Okay, so during the Great Fire of Rome, this is actually...
What year is this?
64 AD.
64. Okay.
So this is outside.
When was the text written? Are you still there?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Oh. Whenever you
116 AD.
116. Okay.
All right. So the Great Fire of Rome. This is actual real history.
Yeah. Then 64.
So,
okay.
Yep. You can look it up yourself. So this is all documented outside of the Bible. So the main theory or purpose of documentation was to let people know farther on down the line, hey, this is the year we lived in. This is the events that happened. These are the people that were there, time periods.
It's like a history. Yeah, he's writing a history.
Exactly.
Okay.
Legitimate history. So he even went on to say, yes, this man Christ was going through Jerusalem. He was causing
in 64.
this is when
That wouldn't make a lot of sense if he's talking about in 64.
in the account, right? So I got to switch back and forth because I'm on my phone. But
Oh, I thought you like
in the Great
knew it or
Fire of
something.
Rome, no, you're good. You have to look at the Great Fire of Rome.
Yeah,
So
in
these are all
64,
their
right?
Yeah, so these are all
So
their
is he
historical
talking about
documents.
Jesus during 64?
He's talking about Jesus while Jerusalem was under Nero.
That wouldn't make any sense. Nero isn't until like the 60s. Maybe late 50s?
Yeah, no, you're right. So, yeah, I got this all mixed up. Sorry. I just got home and I'm trying to do too much shit at once. Basically, what I'm trying to say is you can look it up for yourself. Just look up Tacticus, look up the historical
Well, I mean,
evidence.
please
all that jazz.
present it. Like, so it's Tacitus is writing in 116, and he's writing about something that's happening in 64.
Right. So
and-
he's the one that said Nero blamed the Christians, and then he went on to
Okay.
go through and say, "Hey, this is Christ. He lived during this period under Pontius
How did Nero
Pilate."
know what a
This is what
Christian
they-
was as opposed to a Jewish person?
Because they would have been followers of Christ. There's only one way that you can separate Christians from non-Christians.
Yeah, how does he
during
know that they're
period is
followers of Christ as opposed to just Jewish people?
They would
How
have
does he
said-
know what a Christian is?
Well, they would have known who Christ was, and they would have literally told them.
So he's blaming them
You have to-
on
you have
so they told the Romans? They told Nero? The Christians, like, why would he blame them? Is he blaming them for being Christians, or is he blaming them for the fire?
I'm going to put this in the chat because I can't keep bouncing through. All right, so essentially, yeah. So this is the problem. I'm not on my computer because I can't bounce back and forth, and my memory is not that good.
Right.
But
Well,
you
just
look
trying
it
to
up,
trying to think. Here.
historical evidence outside the Bible, that's where you're going to go.
So, is he blaming them for being Christians, or he's blaming them for the fire?
So let me grab my other phone so I can make better sense of this. Give me 1 second. I apologize. If somebody else wants to talk, that's fine.
Man. We've got nothing but time on our hands.
Sounds good. Just give me 1 second.
Now, if you want, do you want me to kind of let you in on a little secret here?
Sure.
You know, I don't know if you saw the screen whenever you brought up Tacitus for the first time. Did you see what I did?
No.
Are you watching the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I went ahead and put a little tally mark right under all the times that over the last 4 weeks people have brought up Tacitus.
Okay, yeah, that's what you're saying.
So the reason why I'm asking you these questions that are kind of difficult sometimes is because we have this conversation day in and day out, multiple times a day. I know a lot about Tacitus. I got a lot.
Okay.
So that being said, do you want to continue the conversation specifically about Tacitus? Do you want to hear my talking points? Do you want to try to keep defending it? What do you want to do here?
I'll go ahead and give you the explanation I was going to give originally. Okay. So it says the Roman historian Tacitus wrote about Christ, the execution of Jesus by Pontius Pilate, and the early Christian community in his final work.
Does he say the name Jesus?
He says Christus. It's Christ.
Is that a title or a name?
That's a title.
Okay. So do you think that there would have been a title or a name on a crucifixion record that Tacitus was looking at? Do you think that the Romans would have put down, "We crucified 2 thieves and also the Savior of mankind"? Or do you think that they would have put
Well, you got to think about
Yeshua
it.
or his Greek or Latin name?
Yeah, they were making fun of him back then, calling him the king of the Jews. So yeah,
That's not
essentially
Christ. In fact, have you ever seen like a little picture, like or like a painting of Jesus or whatever, where it has
it says
INRI above his head?
Yeah, at the top.
Yeah. You know what that R stands for?
I'm assuming it's Greek, but no.
No, it's Latin,
Okay.
which is what the Romans speak, which is what Tacitus is writing in, and that's Rex. That means king. Christ is not. That does not mean king.
Gotcha.
In fact, above
Okay.
his head, from Pilate, according to the story, he doesn't even put Christ above his head. That means anointed, not king. So
All
again,
right.
do you think they would have put down a title, or do you think they would have put down his name on any kind of arrest or crucifixion record?
Well, I can't give you an exact answer because I didn't live during that time period. But you
Right.
have to look at Roman crucifixion. I mean, they would crucify any and everybody that they possibly could. They were pros at it. That's just the shit they did on a day in, day out basis.
We have not that much evidence for crucifixion. I don't know where you got that idea. We do have evidence of crucifixion. Crucifixions did happen, but it's not like that crazy. That being said, when it comes to technically speaking, when it comes to crucifixion, lots of times people would actually survive it. You were usually just kind of tied up somewhere, like on a fence post or a tree, and you'd kind of survive it. It was more of public ridicule than anything. If we're being honest, Jesus dying within a 24-hour period, or depending on, technically depending on the what gospel you read, it's about maybe 6-hour period or so. He's kind of a little bitch because, and that's why they include in the story somebody not even believing the idea that he had died. They're like, he died? What?
Like that brings up the Shroud of Turin. So what is it? Some kind of piece of shit, fake fabric?
Was that a serious question?
Yeah.
Did you want a serious answer?
Yeah. Because
It's a
been literally
1300s. What?
it's been passed through history since.
What's
shit.
the earliest mention of it?
Even what you said, it was in like the 1300s.
Yeah.
But
That's when
see,
it carbon dates to.
And they did that, yeah, because they carbon dated one of the corners. But I'm like, they actually analyzed and tested the blood, and it's not like the blood wasn't dried. It wasn't anything like that. It was more like an X-ray bioluminescent.
No. In fact, there's some scientists who say that it's not even blood. The study that actually went over the blood in specific has not actually shown to be scientific, and they actually had to retract it. They actually retracted that particular article that came out in 2014. In fact, the same people who did that article, they came out in 2022, and they tried to say, hey, we also use this new method that has literally never been tested before, and the shroud was our guinea pig, and it says that it's from like potentially the 1st century, even though that's not the case. Like, we've never tested that method before. It's called like the Waxis method. On top of that, there's actually, I don't know if you know this or not, but there is an article from the Heritage Journal that was actually published earlier this year in April about the shroud. And in this particular finding, they were able to show that is actually like the corner you said that they tested actually matches the rest of the shroud. They were able to actually see some of these samples that these different labs, 3 different labs, by the way, took a look at it in 1988 and all came back with the same answer. And they went in and made sure that there was actually a textile expert who was there picking out exactly what sections of the shroud that they could take, and they made sure that they didn't take what was burned back in the 1500s. Also, if they took something that was burned in the 1500s, then they wouldn't date it. They wouldn't carbon date it to the 1300s. That doesn't make any sense. The fire itself happened in 1532, and the shroud, according to the 1988 study, came back to, let's see here. The date range should be about, oh, there it is. It is 1260 to 1390.
Okay.
The first time that we get any mention of the shroud is in the 1300s. It was first displayed in the church in Lire, France, in the French Alps in about 1355. So the shroud being dated to right before then, like if you go in the middle between those dates, it's going to go right before then, and then it gets displayed in a church in 1355. There's writing from around this time, documents. It very clearly documents some early controversy about the shroud. It survived a fire in 1532. It was repaired by nuns, but if the part of the shroud that they tested was part of the shroud that had been burned and repaired, it would have shown up in 1500s, not a date range that maxes out in 1360.
So what did they say about the blood that was already on the tomb?
Again,
Or on
even
the
if it
shroud?
is blood, which they haven't necessarily confirmed, yeah, the people who are making this particular artwork would be of the belief that Jesus bled. So it's not really hard to use blood, whether human or animal, in your artwork. I mean, very clearly, the people who were making this were Catholic and believed that Jesus had bled. So
All you'd have to do is test the blood to see if it's animal or human.
they're not able to determine whether or not it's animal or human. In fact, some scientists still say that it is not blood at all. That's how they know. They don't even know that it is blood. That's the point. Like, even if it is blood, it doesn't really do anything. And we wouldn't be able to test it to determine whether or not it was something that actually belonged to people over in the 1st century or anything like that. The article that I would highly recommend, this is the article. It's in the Heritage Science Journal. I'll go ahead and pull this up here for anybody who's looking here. This is an article. It's called Analysis of Textile Fragments from 1988 Radiocarbon Samples of the Turin Shroud. It was published earlier this year, 18th of April, 2026, in the Heritage Science Journal. The article number is 263. You can read it. It is very, very detailed, and it goes through basically explaining that we know that the samples that they took and tested, we have pieces of them still remaining, and we can take a look at them, and we can take a look at the rest of the shroud and determine that no, they were in no way part of a corner or part of a damaged piece or something that had been edited later on or adjusted later on. Or added later on. It is absolutely part of the entire shroud, like the entire old part of the shroud.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So no, the shroud is absolutely dated to the 1300s. But even if all of that was a big question mark, even if you didn't believe anything from the scientists, it is very simple to realize that this is a face. It is a 3D object, a head, a body, fingers, arms, a torso, legs, feet, everything on a body is a 3D object, right?
Yep.
Yeah. If you were to cover this in, say, paint, like black paint or something like that, and then you were to lay a white sheet on it so tight that you would be able to get the eyelids, which is what is depicted on the Shroud of Turin, once you lay that sheet flat like the shroud, it would look like this. You would get the sides of the face. You'd get the sides of the torso. You get the sides of the fingers. You would not see it the way that we see the image on the shroud, because that is indicative of someone making an image like artwork, or like you're able to see it, like you're looking at a person or a statue or a painting. You're not getting the sides of the face like you would if there was an imprint left onto a flat sheet. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
So no, it's very clearly artwork. It is nothing but just artwork. I don't care if it's using red paint. I don't care if it's using blood. I don't even care if it's older than the 1300s. That's where all the evidence points to. It's when it was first shown somewhere, and that's when we first get documents, and that's when it's carbon dated to. But it doesn't even matter because it's clearly artwork.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was Tacticus was the only one that I had. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm so, at the end of the day, all I care about is the truth, really. I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense.
to each their own. Like, I've read the Book of Enoch, I've read through the Bible and things like that. So, I mean, I don't discredit it just because of lack of evidence or therein.
Are you
There's a
talking
lot
about
of
the
shit
Book
that
of
we don't
Enoch, or are you
know.
talking about Jesus?
Jesus, I mean, just in particular, this world is fucking old. Like, even look at the Egyptians and Thoth. He had 12 disciples too. It's a similar story, where you can keep going on.
Right. I mean,
But
very clearly, if you have these issues with Jesus, like you know, places where we can see that the story had been lifted from prior stuff. I mean, why would you ever think to yourself, "Oh, hey, I'm going to believe this anyways"? Like, why would you do that?
Well, look at it this way: we either have faith in something or we don't. I mean, we're human;
So
it's in our
don't.
biological nature.
I mean,
To
faith is the
believe
excuse
in
you give when
something
you
at
don't have
some
a good
point.
reason to believe something. Otherwise, you'd be
Oh,
trust.
yeah.
It'd be based off of evidence. It'd be based off of supporting, corroborating information. It'd be based off experience.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's why you have to
why
have,
would you just
even
believe
when
it?
it comes, well, even when it comes to the Gospels. I mean, I know you were talking about Paul didn't exist either, but if you look at it as a forensic investigator, they look at, okay, times, people, places, events. Maybe some things are off here and there, but the general moralized story is true. And then
But if we don't have any evidence for the story, and then there's elements of the story that are literally impossible, like things that are out of place in that time frame, why are you believing any of it?
we'll look at the archaeological
There's no
aspect of
archaeological
it.
evidence of Paul or Jesus. In fact, the only archaeological claim
Even
to
well, I mean,
Jesus
look
is
in
the Shroud of
Jerusalem.
Turin, which we just talked about.
Yeah, but I mean, even look in Jerusalem, like where they have.
Uh-huh.
So even let's just look at it this way.
What do they have in
Pontius
Jerusalem?
Pilate, for example, he was the one who gave Jesus to the Jews and Caiaphas so he could be crucified. There's archaeological evidence for Pontius Pilate. There's archaeological evidence
Yeah.
for Caiaphas, his bones, his ossuary, like things like that.
Okay.
So,
There's archaeological evidence for Barack Obama. Just because he meets Peter Parker
thing
in the
with Peter.
Amazing Spider-Man comics doesn't make Spider-Man real.
Well, that's fact and fiction. There's
Yeah,
two
and what I'm
huge-
trying to tell you is that Jesus is fiction. That's literally what I'm trying to tell you. It's a story, and it's not a real story. It's that's
so,
quite
so the
literally
Bible's a blend
that is
history.
literally literary fiction. I mean, what I mean, if we have evidence for Barack Obama, does that mean that anytime he's put into a story, that story is real?
No.
Okay.
This is-
So if we have evidence for Pilate, does that mean every time he's put into a story, that story's real?
Not necessarily. Look at the Boston Tea Party in your history book. Does that make it real?
Okay, that's fine. Okay. I don't know what that was going to do, but regardless, as far as Jesus goes, we don't have any evidence of the guy himself. To
we
know that
do.
he existed, we would need to have evidence of him. We know Pilate existed. That's fine. In fact, what we know about Pilate doesn't line up with what we know about or what we see from Pilate in the gospel story. Pilate has no problem unaliving
Well,
people
even-
just because they disagree with him. But in the story, he's woken up in the middle of the night. He finds that he interrogates somebody for quite some time. In one of the Gospels, he sends somebody. He says, "Oh, this isn't my problem. It's supposed to be Antipas's problem." So he sends him over to Antipas, and then Antipas sends him back and continues to question him, brings him outside, finds that he's innocent, and still gives into a mob that tells him, "Hey, no, you need to release an enemy of the state so that we can crucify this innocent person." That is an insane story that could not have happened without an absolute problem from Rome. And on top of that,
There was a
that
problem
is
from Rome,
exactly the opposite. That is the exact opposite of what we know about Pilate. And of course,
Okay.
we don't have any evidence of Barabbas. We don't have any evidence of Jesus either.
Well, you're not going to have anything on Barabbas. I mean, if they did, it would be in their local governed
Cool. But do we
documents
have
if they
anything for
did.
Jesus?
Besides the Bible and Tacticus? Not necessarily, but you have to look. But yeah.
Well, considering the fact that
they call him Christus.
so when Tacitus talks about Pilate, do you know what he calls him?
We'll say that one more time.
When Tacitus, when the book Annals, written in 116 from Tacitus, book 15, section 44, which is what you were trying to quote or what you were alluding to earlier. When it talks about Pilate, what does it call him?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm not
It calls
sure.
him a procurator.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Pilate was not a procurator. He was a prefect.
Promotions happen.
Judea didn't have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed in 36. Pilate was dead the first time that Judea got a procurator. It's also not a promotion.
Well, don't have all the answers, but I don't know.
So
Either we're
Tacitus
alone
is
or we're
not
not.
evidence. This is something that has been edited into, and we can tell because Tertullian, writing in 200, he alludes to that text from Tacitus and says, "Consult your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome," saying that they are connected to that. But he never mentions anything about how Tacitus said anything about Jesus. That doesn't get mentioned until the early 5th century.
That's true.
So we don't have anything that shows that this Jesus character actually existed. Tacitus is interpolated into. We have the Gospels, but the Gospels make the mistakes of mentioning things that are out of time, like they're anachronisms. They're out of place in time. They don't work there. And then we have this Pilate character that when it talks about Pilate, who we know existed, it doesn't even line up with what we know about Pilate from the people who were actual contemporaries of him. We don't have anybody who is a contemporary of Jesus who mentioned him. Not a single person. And as you pointed out, we can tell that like some of the stories are actually being lifted from prior deities and prior cultures, prior religions. So why on earth are you saying, you know what, without any evidence, I'm going to believe this?
Books.
Say what?
I said, look at the Ethiopian Bible. That has 88 books. We only have 66.
What do you want me to do with that?
Nothing. I'm just making a statement.
Right. So why are you believing this particular story?
Because I grew up in it most of my life, just like everybody else did.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, that's honest. That means that you were kind of told something and you just kind of believed that it was true and you just never really questioned it that much.
Oh, no, trust me. Like, I've slandered God, Jesus, the devil, and all three of them trying to get an answer, and I still have nothing. Shit.
Well, then why would you continue believing it then? At least set it to the side and say, I'm just going to withhold judgment on this until I get evidence either way.
Well, why not? It's always good to find out facts that you can learn from other people.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Keep digging, man. Keep digging.
Gotcha. Thanks,
But yeah,
man. Appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thank you very much. That was Casey, everybody. Casey. Ooh, thank you. Oh, nice. Thanks. All right. Let's see. Book. Oh, yeah, book. Oh, yeah. I forget to bring this up. Okay, look, the book, Christ Before Jesus, me and my co-author. $3 for the ebook. The link's in the bio or there on YouTube. By the way, if you're on YouTube, welcome in. You can send a super chat and I will respond to it, and I will read it out loud as well. So even if it's just calling me an idiot or something like that, I will read it out loud. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for not calling me an idiot so far on super chats, at least not today. So thank you. I tip my hat to you, sirs and madams, and everything in between. All right. Shane. What you got there, Shane? Mate.
I witness the Lord.
All right, moving on. David, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Hey.
Just have some questions. Coming from this as an atheist, right? I don't believe Jesus resurrected, but I do believe Jesus died, right? And Jesus is a person, right?
Okay.
We have no like talk or no evidence about Jesus before the age of like 30. So like I think everything before like Jesus was like during his prime, like
Wait.
movements in
What
the
were
Bible.
you saying there? Something about before his age of what'd you say?
Before like the age of like his age where he was doing like magical like miracle like all the magic he did in the Bible, right?
Uh-huh.
All his like before like the was like 40 nights in the desert, like post that. Like his childhood, I think that's all like written to prove his theological status in the Bible, right?
Okay.
So I think all of his childhood is false. Like him going into church with like a bunch of Jews and being like, "Oh, I know the word." I think that's all like made up to try to prove Jesus is more like a deity than he was, right?
Okay.
The reason I think Jesus was a real person and like a prophet, like maybe not a god, but because Muhammad retcons him almost, saying that he was a prophet and he was a Messiah, not a Messiah, like a prophet. But
And why would we
Muhammad's
trust Muhammad on something that happened 600 years prior?
because this is what I think, because it's a book that goes against the beliefs of Jesus. it's a non-Christian story. It's a non-Christian story passed on by generation of the Quran, which is a story that
When do you think the Quran was written?
I would say like 100 200 post Christ, like AD.
How long? When?
Like 100 200 AD.
The Quran?
Yeah.
Try 600 something.
Okay. So you wouldn't, but like okay, like full disclosure, I'm not going in this super historically. I'm historically, I'm going to like more logically, right? This story about Jesus, like there's got to be some basis of truth
No.
to build a religion around it, right?
No.
That's what I believe.
No.
Okay,
There was
I know.
no truth to Scientology, and they built a religion around it. There's no truth to Mormonism, and they built a religion around it.
But
There's no truth to Zeus sitting on top of Mount Olympus. They built a religion around it. In fact, the Romans came over, took them over, and then built on top of that.
Mormonism had a person, had Joseph, right? And
Cool.
Mormonism is just a bastardization of Christianity, right?
Sweet. And
right?
so is
But
Islam.
But Islam is a story that's passed on by generations. Like it's a prophet, right? It's a prophet.
What do you mean?
That story,
No. You didn't even know when it was written. So the Quran was written. So miss me with that bullshit. We're not doing that. That being said, the Quran is written about almost 300 years after Rome as an empire officially became Christian. It is absolutely based off of Christianity. It's just hard-nosed monotheistic Christianity. That's all that it is. It's desert Mormonism. That's all Islam is.
I'm not trying to be antagonistic, but you're trying to saying that all Muhammad's referral to Jesus is just retconning Jesus to harden the truth about Islam.
I mean, that wasn't necessarily a correct way to put it, but sure, kind of, sort of. And I don't really necessarily know how much of an impact Muhammad himself had on the text, but regardless, when it comes to the Quran, it is based off of material that people had from Christianity mixed in with their own kind of localized beliefs and practices and rituals. That's all that it is. The earliest iconography for Islam was like a cross. They used to pray towards Jerusalem. They didn't pray towards Mecca initially. Some of the earliest Muslims were buried with a cross like above their grave. So it's pretty obvious that this is an offshoot of Christianity that just kind of became isolated to the point to where it becomes its own thing, which is why Mormonism is sometimes, even by like the U.S. Department of Defense, it is recognized as a non-Christian religion. It's because it becomes its own thing after a certain point in time.
Even though it offshoots from like its origin, which is like you say, like Christianity, which is a full, like you say, Christianity is a full mythology, like the pantheon.
What?
You're saying like Christianity is a full-on mythology. There's no truth in it.
The story, pantheon. like the New Testament is a mythology, yeah. Like the Gospel is a mythology, yeah.
I would say the Old Testament is more mythology than like the New Testament.
Okay, I'm not talking about the Old Testament, but the New Testament is definitely mythology. But Old Testament is mythology too. That's how that works.
Because New Testament is not based on mythological ideas.
It definitely is. You think that somebody being able to control the weather? You think that someone is able to control the weather like Zeus isn't based off of mythology?
That the New Testament is mostly based on beliefs. It's
Sweet, and they believe that Jesus is able to control the weather like Zeus, which you believe is mythology.
I fully agree that I don't think Jesus was a supernatural being.
Okay.
I don't think Jesus was the Son of God.
Saying that the New Testament is not based off of mythology when it very clearly is really stupid. And just saying, oh, hey, I don't believe in a supernatural Jesus, that doesn't mean jack shit. Just because you don't believe in a supernatural Jesus doesn't mean Christians don't, and doesn't mean that the New Testament wasn't based off of mythological claims of God's doing the same thing. I don't give one flying fuck if you think that Jesus was supernatural or not. Not only did he not exist, but the Christians in the text absolutely paint him as somebody who was doing the same thing as like Thor and Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, I could agree that like making a character in a book be more theological, is gonna give an easier way for non-believers to believe,
Well, there you
right?
go. So, did you have
But
any evidence that Jesus existed?
no, that Muhammad thing was what I was going off of.
You just because Muhammad's somebody who shows up hundreds of years after Christianity became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire, which is hundreds of years after the text of the Gospels were written and published and disseminated and stuff like that. You think that guy is evidence for Jesus?
It's the full disagreement between Muhammad and Jesus is the reason why I don't believe Christianity is like a real religion. Is the
Is a
reason I'm a
real
theist.
religion? Is that what you said?
It's the reason I'm a theist. It's a religion, but it's not like founded by truth. It's not Jesus didn't die on the cross, Jesus didn't resurrect himself. But the prophet named Jesus could very well easily
What
have been
evidence
in
do
the
you
area.
have? What evidence do you have for Jesus that isn't literally about 600 years later?
I mean,
That would show that
I'm
Jesus didn't die on the cross. Like he existed, but he didn't die on the cross.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know, and I'm not gonna
Yeah, you
just
don't know
I'm not gonna refound it to a
you're
thesis
you're trying to act as if you're like not a Muslim, but you're incredibly Muslim, and it's very
I'm neither.
obvious.
I'm neither.
I
I'm
mean,
not
you
Muslim
definitely
or
are a Muslim. That being said,
I think there's a
okay,
lot of
you're
truth
not a
in most
Muslim. Is that
religions.
what you're saying?
Yeah, I think there's a
All
lot of
right.
truth in most religions.
What
but
I
I
want to
don't
what I
believe
want to hear you say is that Muhammad was a PDF.
Muhammad was a pedophile. He had like a bunch of fucking children.
All
He had
right,
sex
there we go.
slaves.
Then stop defending. I sit corrected,
I'm not.
and
I'm
I'm
not. I'm not.
glad.
I'm not.
I'm
I'm not.
glad I
I'm
was
not.
corrected. But I need you to
I'm not
stop defending
I'm
the
not defending
idea.
Muhammad.
No, it's
I'm
not that you're
defending the
defending
contradiction
Muhammad. It's
between
that you're
religions.
defending the idea that Muhammad or the Quran had an idea of Jesus that was somehow correct 600 years later. That's what I'm saying. Oh no, he didn't. Ahmad turned off your mic. You didn't need. Hey, he's fine. He was fine. He was fine. I don't. You're good. But still, you're defending the idea that the Quran gets it right. Like, what
I'm
are you
not saying the
talking
Quran gets it
about?
right, but I'm saying like, if okay, so do you think there's any historical evidence on Muhammad?
Yes, we do have people talking about him at the same time of him
And
existing.
do you think the Quran that Muslims like pray to and like read now is a pretty good is more historical accurate than the Bible
More
based on like
historically
what Muhammad said?
accurate?
Based on
I
what
mean, it's
Muhammad said.
got Jesus in it, so it's not great. I mean, there's a
Let's
good
let,
portion
let's
of it that's just
let's
kind of like poetry and teachings. So, I mean, I don't even know what to do about that. But
I mean a lot of stories in the past have been passed by word of mouth, and from my understanding, like I obviously don't know much about the Quran. In fact, I don't know if it was post 600 AD, right? But a lot of the Quran is passed through word of mouth and through teachings, and it's not like the Bible, like refurbished from ancient Greek into Roman into
I
English
mean,
into like a bunch of languages.
that's fine, but that doesn't somehow mean that Jesus is real or something like that. Like the only way that they very clearly got the stories of Jesus was from Christianity. Christianity had been around for, and the stories of Jesus explicitly had been around for about 500 years, pretty much exactly, by the time that the Quran gets written. So I mean, I don't. How are you connecting the people over in Saudi Arabia to somehow a story that the Christians don't know? Like they get it wrong, but the Muslims somehow get the correct version of the story
I'm
500 years later
I'm
in
not
a
saying
place that's not there.
they both agree on one thing, which they both agree on
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
and
because it's offshoot of
like
Christianity. The Mormons
but like
agree with Catholics like on some things. Like that doesn't mean anything.
I'm just saying they both have a basis in like I would assume in reality because they both
What do you mean
think
in reality? Jesus isn't part of reality. Prove that he's part of reality.
I don't have any more proof.
Like
I'm just
what you're doing is you're saying, hey, there's a religion that has the books of this character, and then there's a religion that's based off of that religion, and they have books on that mention the same character, just slightly different, which is obviously going to be the case. Otherwise, they'd be the same religion. So, I mean, okay, you got a religion and its offshoot, and you're saying because of this, they agree on something. Well, yeah, no shit, dude. Like, of course they're going to agree on something. They're based off of the same stories. What? They just have different takes on it. Not even all the Christians agree with each other.
But like
I mean,
how,
you
how
could
would you
say
have to
that
say
Jesus
how would you
exists
have the
because
same
there's a
take?
Baptist and a Methodist. What?
How would you have the same take on the same story if it's both based on like
There's
on
like a
falsehoods?
billion different
Like
denominations of
the
Christianity,
reason,
dude. Like, what are you talking about?
yeah, but
Very
they all
clearly,
have this, they
the
all have the same
reason
baseline.
you have different takes on the same story is because it is a fictional, man-made story that has massive issues in it and contradictions and all kinds of problems. And you're allowed, but you're able to take a look at the text and you're able to say, oh, hey, this is how I interpret that, because it's not incredibly clear, because it's bullshit, because it contradicts itself, because there's massive problems and questions that arise out of these problems. So different attempts to answer said questions end up splintering off into different things. There are some denominations and some beliefs that aren't even based off of different takes of the Bible, but simply just different takes on how to treat each other, or different takes on some of the rituals that come later. It's insane.
But these sound like branching ideas off the same root. And the same
Well,
root, like no matter
yes,
what these stories
because
come
the
from, how it come
root
from
is
Jesus.
the
So like you're
fictional
saying,
story. The root is the first mythological story of Jesus. That's what I'm saying. The root, and that root comes from a text known as Evangelion. Evangelion is the first gospel. It's the first book that talks about Jesus ever. We don't have anything prior to Evangelion talking about Jesus. There's no evidence whatsoever that something prior to 144, or roughly 144 when Evangelion was published by Marcion, that talks about Jesus. Nothing.
like there's like I fully agree. Like there's a lot of historical evidence against me, but logically speaking, someone like Jesus would not have been accounted for by everyday people. They
Okay,
would
so
like
then where are they getting the stories in the 2nd century?
by word of mouth. That's how like I feel like that's how humans have communicated for years. Like literacy was super
The
like
first
under
person
like
to no, listen, by the time that the stories of Jesus show up, not even the grandparents of somebody who could have seen Jesus would have been alive at the time that Jesus, or would have been around at the time. Like that's not it. The author's grandparents wouldn't have even been alive to see Jesus. That's what I'm saying. By the time that the stories come out, the author's grandparents would not have been alive to see Jesus. That's how late it is. On top of that, we see Christians mentioned prior to this gospel coming out in 144. You know who's never mentioned alongside the Christians? Jesus.
okay. So what would you say is like since you know that more than me, I'm not gonna sugarcoat that, but where's the line between Jesus like Jews and Christianity? Because there must have been a
They're
divergent
not
path
really
where that happened.
connected. So
They like
Christianity just shows up in the
The
2nd
Bible
century and like
proclaims
culturally
Jesus as
appropriates. It just culturally appropriates from the Jewish people at a certain point. I mean, sir, I'm sure that there were some Jewish people that joined their particular group, but there were also plenty of people who were not Jewish. Plenty of people, more people even, that were not Jewish that joined their group.
so you
Because
say
I
like
mean, it's just kind of how it goes. They may be able to win over some of the Jews, but not very many of them.
so you say
Christianity was, by and
so
large, a Greek religion that happened to win over some Jewish people because of its ties with like Jewish culture.
A Greek religion?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean the first
I
writings
don't
of
know
the
about
Bible
that.
were ancient Greek. Like that was like the very first writings of the ancient Bible were ancient Greek.
Yeah,
So like
it's
I
written
understand
in
like where
Greek.
like
It comes from Asia Minor. It's definitely a
yeah
Greek religion.
like where Greece like I just don't see where that divergent path of Judaism and Christianity would happen if a major moment didn't happen where a prophet was
There's not a
going against what.
diversion point. They weren't initially Jewish. That's what I'm saying.
So what do you mean they
Where are you
weren't
getting
originally
this from?
Jewish?
They weren't initially Jewish. There's no evidence whatsoever that the earliest Jewish people or the earliest Christians were Jewish. Like there's claims later on by people who are trying to make Jesus Jewish and explicitly
But
say he's from Jerusalem.
I mean, so you're saying early Christians did not believe in Abrahamic law?
The earliest Christians? I mean, the
Yeah.
earliest text that we have for the gospel is Evangelion, which has Yahweh, but he's the demiurge. He's the creator of the earth, and he sets the laws of the earth in motion. But he's an evil, unjust God. Jesus is the son of God the Father, a previously unknown God who is completely separate from Yahweh and wants to take us away from Yahweh, so we are no longer under the old covenant, but a new covenant or a New Testament. That's literally why Marcion called it the New Testament. He's the first one to call a canon the New Testament. Prior to that, we don't have any stories of Jesus. So literally the first story of Jesus is him not being a descendant of Yahweh, but a descendant of a completely different God in order to pull people away from Yahweh. So, I mean, they were aware of the Jewish beliefs, but there's no indication that they were Jewish.
I understand how they're not Jewish when the first Testament, the first book of the New Testament, they said that was found, right? It's based on Abrahamic beliefs.
I mean, kind of, but I mean, literally the first book of Antiquities of the Jews from Josephus mentions Hercules. Like, you're aware of other gods, but you just don't believe in them. That doesn't mean that Josephus was a Hellenic. That doesn't mean anything.
I don't have anything. I don't have any more push to say, but just curious. Are you fully atheist or agnostic?
Fully atheist. Are there pills for that?
I mean, I'm not trying to prescribe you anything. I'm just saying I'm agnostic, and I'm just curious because, like I said, I believe that some dude named Christ was around, right? I have
There's no evidence of that.
Right, I have some pretty outlandish beliefs. Like Christ could have easily been a yogi from India, passing those ideals.
He could have been a velociraptor with your logic, because if we don't have any evidence for it, then
that would have been dope as hell too. That would have been dope as hell. I'm saying
But I mean, I can make hypotheticals and just say stuff without any supporting evidence just as much as you can.
The teachings of Jesus are very akin to Buddhist teachings and ancient Hindu teachings, right? So I would it's more logical.
Sort of, kind of.
For me, it's more logical thinking that someone from India with those beliefs migrated into the Middle East, right? That person would have not been accounted for by books, right? It would have been on the back end where they would have tried to prove this theism, but someone with those beliefs could have easily been in the Middle East or what we call Jerusalem now, or Jerusalem, with those beliefs, because those beliefs were not found in Abrahamic religion. Abrahamic, like Old Testament Abrahamic religion, are very aggressive and not as loving as Christ's teachings that we know now.
I don't even really know where you're getting the idea as far as loving goes. Not to mention, just about 100% of the teachings of Jesus can be found in some kind of Jewish literature. I don't even know where you're getting the idea. In fact, there's a guy named Jesus who wrote a book called The Wisdom of Sirach, which was published in early 2nd century BCE in Hebrew and translated into Greek, which is how the Greeks got a hold of it, in the late 2nd century BCE by his grandson. That being said, I mean, these teachings are all over the place. So I don't know what to tell you, man. That's just not what you're saying is not accurate. The idea that he's only can be found in India and it can't be found in Judaism is weird. And the idea that he's loving is also kind of weird, because he calls a woman a dog because she's the wrong ethnicity. And he says, "I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. I want to set the world on fire, and I wish it was already burning." So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're valid.
I mean, I think when you just hear some of the highlights, especially from just a purely Christian perspective of Jesus, it's easy to think that he's this dope, hippie, cool, progressive guy, maybe even some rad lib with pink fucking hair who decides that he's, gonna preach this message of love and peace, and he gets, nailed to a cross for it and everything like that. And he might just be some, yogi from the East or something. And that's just not, no. Any reading on the text will show you, deeper reading on the text will show you that he doesn't line up with that at all. He's actually kind of a piece of shit. And also, a lot of his stances, while every once in a while are okay, are contradicted by some things that aren't okay, because it's a fictional story written by different people who are going to contradict themselves whenever they present Jesus and their particular version of him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't have much proof, but yeah,
that seems
like
like a
you know, it's
very narrow view.
like I said, I I could be fully wrong. I'm fully okay with that. You know, I love to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
But what I believe in is that you know he was probably a dude somewhere, and the only thing I base his truth on is the fact that there's like a divergent line between Christianity and Judaism. You know, you said that like it's based off Judaism, so like that doesn't make sense, but that's valid. You know, I just got to do more reading.
Keep doing some reading. I would
Enough, man.
suggest even possibly this book, Christ Before Jesus. The link's in my bio. Check it out, man.
All right, valid. All right, appreciate it, man.
And we actually do mention India, by the way, in there. There is something that we mentioned from India in there.
Like the Hindu religion.
Yeah, more or less, yeah. Yeah, well, we talk about it very, albeit briefly, but we do mention something in there.
All right.
But yeah,
Valid.
check it out. All right, let's see here. Thank you for coming up. That was David, everybody. Before we get to Hiker Mike really quick, I wanted to get to some super chats. We got $4.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, "You're an idiot, but we love you." Well, thank you very much. Again, if you call me an idiot in the super chat, I will read it out, and hopefully it's not too terribly bad. Please be gentle. $5 from Zeno Lupudre says, "We would never call you an idiot. That's weird. We will, however, queef 1,000 queefs before August is done. Ohio is for lovers. Ohio is for lovers. YouTube is for queefs." Wow. Okay, that's 3 of them. Let's see. 1, 2, and 3. Look at that. All right. $4.99 from The Rebel Reason. Says, I listen. I think it's, or I don't know. He just says, I listen, I guess, currently. I listened to your book. Have you responded to the criticism that your stylometric analysis doesn't adequately distinguish genre from authorship? Well, considering the fact that, like, we're still finding things that are, so we find differences even in the same genre, if you will. There are a lot of people who, like in the Amazon comments and stuff like that, which, by the way, we respond to all of the 1-star and the 2-star comments or reviews, as well as the 3-star comments and reviews there of our book on Amazon in our on our YouTube videos. If you're a member there, and I'm going to be uploading it on TikTok as well for subscribers. If you are a subscriber on TikTok or a member on YouTube, you will be able to watch Matthew and I. We go through all of the 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star reviews of our book on Amazon, and we respond to it, and we read them in real time. We are not like reading it and then we're practicing what we're going to say. No, we are responding and reading them for the first time there on the video. So there you go. So if you're a member or a subscriber, you definitely get to see some of that stuff. Okay. But yes, as far as genre goes, yes, there are some claims that like, oh, hey, this is a genre because it talks about this kind of stuff. But the way that we take a look at the New Testament and the splits that are actually happening are still within the same genre, and so it's indicative of author. Stylometry, while yeah, you can obviously get genre that bleeds into it, and the way that we are doing it, it is, and the results that we are seeing, it is not indicative of genre. It is indicative of authorship. Genre wouldn't even really make a lot of sense unless all the letters like came up together or something. And there's some other examples specifically there for it, but yes, we have responded to it. $4.99 from The Rebel Reason. Also, have you published your code? We don't. It's not our code. We say in the book very clearly, it's not our code. And data set, no, and we say in the book we can't because we tell you where to get it, but we cannot legally publish the code because it's not our code. It is from stylometrics, computational stylistics groups out of Poland. Dr. Masage Eater is behind some of that as well. We do not, we don't own the code. We can't publish it. And we also can't publish the data set per se. You can go to the Perseus library or Skyfi viewer. You can check that out. That is tufts.eu, so Tufts University. They have a lot of the Greek manuscripts that we're able to pull from there. We can legally not do that, and we say that we can't. So I understand that people are like, oh, hey, he hasn't published his code. We can't. Anybody who is complaining about that doesn't know how any of this fucking works and literally has never read the book. So if you have heard people complain about the fact that we don't publish our code, they're just fucking morons. And I'm not saying that you're a moron. I'm just saying you're asking the question probably because you heard somebody complain that we didn't. So others can independently reproduce your results. If not, why not? Well, I told you why not. And some people have been able to reproduce or reproduce our results replicate, I think is the best word, replicate our results, you can actually do that. And by the way, if you don't trust us, if you think that we're just some, crazy fucking dirt farmers from North Texas, what you can do is you can take a look at the book Counting Paul from Dr. Benjamin White, which came out the next year. It goes over the Pauline epistles. And the conclusion from Dr. White is that you can't actually say that there are 7 authentic letters from Paul. And he uses the exact same software that we use, which is Stylo. We also used Gephi, which he uses, but we didn't put any of the graphs of Gephi there in the book. But I'd also like to point out that there have actually been some complaints from even some scholars that the way that Dr. White actually explained his methodology is not as clear as ours was, which is pretty wild. We get complained upon, or we get complaints that says, oh, hey, you guys didn't actually publish enough stuff or explain it enough. There's a literal scholar who uses the exact same text and the exact same software as we do. And apparently he does not disclose as much as we do. But we're the ones who get complaints. Yeah, all right. Well, take it up with the scholar. $1.99 from Elope Nope says, this cowboy is a secret merman. Oh, my God. And then $1.99 from Rusty Roscoe and 99 cents from Digested Nuts. Thank you very much for coming up. Or thank you very much for hanging out there. Hiker Mike, what do we got here? What do we got?
Hey, how's it going? So, where to start, right? So, I mean, do you believe that Pontius Pilate existed, right?
Yes.
And what about James?
What do you mean, James? What James?
What about John the Baptist?
What James? Which James?
Well, let's ask a different one.
All right. So you've asked 3 people. I just asked for clarification on which James. And then when it came to John the Baptist, I mean, John the Baptist, I'd be open to hearing arguments for or against him. I'm perfectly fine either way. Because while Josephus does mention John the Baptist in a way that does seem to not line up exactly with the Bible, there also seems to be a potential, at least some potential interpolations into that particular section there. I think that's in book, I want to say it's book 19, but I'm not really sure exactly. It's either book 18 or 19 there of Antiquities of the Jews that talks about John the Baptist. But yeah, there's some questionable material in there.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, how are you parsing out who you believe existed and who didn't? And it seems kind of interesting that you nixed Paul because he's so seminal to Christian text. So it's kind of like you're trying to take the evidence away by just taking him off the table entirely.
Well, yeah, if Jesus didn't exist, then there's not going to be any evidence for him. Do you think that we have historical evidence for Paul?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
All right. Everybody knows what time it is.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Mike, name me one non-Christian who mentions Paul in antiquity.
It's more than that. It's like
name me one non-Christian who mentions Paul in antiquity. I will open it up to Christians in just a moment once you recognize that there's no non-Christians who say anything about him. Name me one non-Christian in antiquity who mentions Paul.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But the
okay.
overall
Okay. No, listen.
though,
Listen. You said we have historical evidence. I don't give a shit about a consensus. I give a shit about the evidence. At one point in time, yes, it does. At one point in time, the consensus was
like you're trying to treat like a history book, and it's more than that.
Mike, I'm not even asking about a particular book. I am asking you about a person. I didn't ask, oh, is the Bible a history book? I didn't ask you, what's the consensus? I don't give two flying fucks about that right now. I asked you, do we have historical evidence for Paul? And you said, yes. I quote, yes. Now, here's the deal. Either give me a name of a non-Christian who mentions Paul in antiquity, or admit that we don't have any, and then I'll open it up to Christians. So name me a non-Christian who mentions Paul in antiquity.
I would have to look that up. I don't have that.
Feel
off the
free.
top of my
Do you have
head.
a computer in front of you? Look it up. As a friendly reminder, when you're off the app, I can't hear you. You can hear me. So when you're done, hop back in.
All right. Now, while I'm looking it up, the Bible itself, the books of the Bible do have some level of credibility in their own. I know that you like to.
That's
just
perfectly
kinda,
fine.
like,
That's perfectly fine.
take
But
it
right now,
offhand, so I
no,
could say the
that's
scripture
perfectly
itself
fine.
does.
Perfectly
yeah.
fine. But we are looking for a non-Christian who mentions Paul, and nothing in the New Testament was written by a non-Christian.
Okay. I mean, are you saying that you know for sure of this? I mean, I'm looking it up, but
Yep.
am I just wasting my time?
Yeah, I mean, you said you wanted to look it up, and you can. I will allow for you to do whatever you want to do there. I mean, we're going to need an answer here
But,
pretty quick.
I mean,
But
I
no,
look,
we
but
don't have any evidence for it. Number one, Paul didn't exist. Number two, we don't have any historical evidence for him. And number three, we don't have any non-Christian who ever mentions Paul in antiquity, unless you're just talking about somebody who's just like maybe discussing with Christians about one of their texts or something.
So, I'm looking it up. I don't know, but I know that religious scholars.
Cool. Do we have any
strongly
non-Christians in antiquity?
believe-
That's fine. At a certain point in time, scholars believed that the sun went around the earth. I don't give a shit about the consensus or the opinions of people. I give a shit
I
about
know
the
that, but you
evidence.
should.
I give a shit about the evidence. All right.
But it's not
right
like
now
that.
we
You're
are
trying to
right
fake
now
things a historicity,
right
like it's-
now
like it's
we
a-
are looking at the evidence, and since you are searching for it, we are looking at the same. We are looking for the same level of evidence that these scholars should be basing their opinions on. So, did you find any non-Christian in antiquity who mentioned Paul?
That's a narrow definition. That
Sweet,
you're-
and I'm
you're
going to open it up.
requiring
I'm going to
that's
open it up, and I
tight,
told you this.
so
I told you that
comments.
already, that I would open it up. But do you have any non-Christian who mentions
Ignatius
Paul?
of Enoch,
Sweet. So you named
Polycarp
two
of
people.
Samarra.
Are you mentioning Christians?
There's no surviving contemporary Roman or
Mike?
Jewish document inspection
Mike?
official record specifically naming Paul.
Mike.
So you're correct in that.
Mike. Okay. So are all those Christians, or are any of the people that you named non-Christian?
I would say that they're all Christians.
Okay.
Let's see, also in early 2nd century. Paul taught amongst them later. Correct.
All right.
They're
So
Christians.
now
So
I'm
that
gonna.
doesn't- that's not a
Now I'm
closed
gonna
case,
open.
though.
Listen. Now I'm gonna open it up to Christians. I want you to name me a Christian who we knew wrote something that says that they personally knew Paul.
Hold on here. It's like you're telling you're
Well, I mean,
You're
you
kind of
said we have
articulating, like,
historical
you're s-
evidence
you're s-
for the guy. It sounds like what we've got is a whole bunch of Christians who are just writing about some guy they'd never met.
yeah. So, okay.
I mean, you said we have historical evidence. This is looking pretty bad.
In the historical sense that
What historical sense? The non-historical one?
that it's like we believe that Socrates existed.
Uh-huh.
right?
Because we have three people
So-
who said that they met him.
So because
Do we
they're
have any
Christian or
Christians
not,
who
or
said they
what if
met
they're-
Paul?
What if they were all philosophers? I mean, does that mean we have to
Again, you
discredit
said
them?
Socrates. Are you
Christians
not
were
aware
carrying
that we
all the
have,
water.
listen,
So,
we have Plato
well, I
who
am
said that he
listening,
was a
but
student.
You're talking, and I'm not able to talk. So,
All right, yeah. So you said Socrates because you think that was a good argument. It was a dog shit
Yeah,
argument.
sure.
You should feel like dog
It's
shit for
fine.
even bringing it up because we
Aw.
have 3 people who actually met the guy who said that they met the guy, including his student Plato. Do we have anything like that for Christianity? Go ahead, be consistent. Show me someone like Plato, someone who personally knew Paul, who writes about him. Compare him to Socrates. Go
Paul?
ahead, make that comparison and see how bad it was.
the thing is that there's
Did you not find any Christian?
There's a groundswell of
Did you find any Christians who mentioned that they knew Paul
of sea
personally?
change at that time that would
Mike?
correspond with him
Mike,
existing.
Mike,
And
do you
also
have
when his-
Mike?
Then when they look at the reading,
You have now been muted, Mike. I will open this up to other points. But for right now, you're going to have to show a Christian who says that they personally knew Paul, or say that we don't have anything like that. And I will expand it
willing
even
to
further.
I'm willing to concede that that none of that existed. It doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Do we have a Christian? We'll go 2 degrees of separation. Do we have a Christian who says they knew someone who we know knew Paul personally?
I don't know. I don't study Paul that closely.
Well,
I
you
think
said we had
you don't have to
historical
take it-
evidence for it,
I don't
and
have
it
to
sounds
take
like
it
we
on
don't
such
have
a-
anybody who's outside of Christianity who says anything about him. We don't
You're
have a
trying
Christian
to
who says they
flatten
know
the
him.
argument.
We don't have
You're
any
trying to flatten the
Christians who
argument
say,
to say
okay,
that it has to
so
be that
please,
hard-
please, okay. You mentioned a groundswell. I want you to point to anything that is even in the entire 1st century, Christian or non-Christian, that mentions Paul. And if you find something, I want you to explain how you know it's from the 1st century. Go ahead. I'll give you the entire 1st century.
You're asking me arbitrary questions. Like, I don't know why I have
Well,
to
you
answer
said there
your
was
specific
historical evidence
question
for him.
to
What do you
prove
think
to
historical
you
evidence is something that
that
shows up
Jesus-
hundreds
that-
of years later?
that he existed or not. It's like you're just pigeonholing.
Do you think
me into
historical
these very
evidence for
specific
somebody
questions.
shows up 100 years later? Is that what you think is historical evidence for somebody?
It wasn't 100 years. It was less. Than
Okay.
that, but
Well, show me something. Show me something that you know. Show me something that you know is talking about Paul doing all this stuff there in the
starting-
middle of the 1st century, even in the 1st century. What do you got in the 1st century? I'm giving you 50 years to play with.
all you have to do is look at the 7 letters that he wrote.
Okay. What in the 7 letters
And
shows that
take
it's written in the
those.
1st century?
They contain personal arguments.
Like what?
They contain his financial matters.
Okay.
They contain the embarrassing crucifixion. Like, you treat it like Jesus
The
was
embarrassing
crucified. Like
crucifixion.
that was something that would have been written like that. if it
Does
was-
does Paul
like,
say
if
that
it
he
was fake,
did
let me
Paul
finish my
say that he
point,
was
and then you
crucified
can
and he
talk.
stayed
One person
dead?
talks and the other person talks.
Yeah, correct. You're muted, so one person's talking now. Does Paul say that Jesus stayed dead, or did Paul say that he resurrected?
Okay, so you're trying to jump
Did
to all
Paul
the
say
gotchas.
that he stayed dead, or does
Make
he
your
say he
point, and
resurrected?
I'll tell you. Are you saying that it was an add-on? Is that what you're getting at?
I'm not
the
saying that.
resurrection was an add-on?
No,
There's some evidence that was. So
that's
if-
not
if
the
that's
case
your
at all,
argument-
actually.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No.
No, they don't have. They can't tell that there was different writers by the way it was written. That maybe potentially that the.
No,
The
there is no indication
resurrection
whatsoever
may or may
that the no, there is
Okay.
no indication that the resurrection is
Alright,
something that is
this-
added to the gospel
This
or
is
to
the
Pauline
game of you
epistles.
wanting me to answer whatever questions you want to answer. I'm not going to play that game. Bye.
All right. See ya. In other words, I can't find a way to provide any historical evidence that I told you was there for Paul, so I am outie 5,000. Also, he tried to do some kind of weird take on the resurrection, saying that the resurrection was added to the epistles or the gospels. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. That would be really weird. That was really stupid, and he was stupid. So there's that too.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
That's how that goes, guys. That is how that goes. All right. Really fast, $1.99 from Jake Skeptic over there on YouTube. Super Chat says John Gleason doesn't believe people who can queef. You know what? I'm going to give that a point, and this is probably the proudest point that I'm ever going to give, considering the fact that that is true. That is true. And this is on YouTube. It is enshrined. All right. Digested Nuts, $1.99 says, do you believe Aristobulus II existed? I don't have any take on that. I don't know. I don't. I'm not saying he didn't exist. I have no idea. And you said sources. I don't know. I have not looked into Aristobulus II.
I don't know what any of this shit is, and I'm fucking scared.
Zeno said full government name. Yeah, there you go. Gerd Engineer. Yeah. Haven't heard anything in a while there from Gerd Engineer, but I have no idea. Let's see. What's the deal with John Gleason Beef? Are you calling him Beef? Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down. No. The deal is that someone over there on his camp or whatever decided that they were just going to attack me. And they also don't believe women. They're actually people who, or at least the women who have alleged sexual harassment from some of his friends. And he steps in and tries to defend the alleged sexual harassers. So I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff. I'm also not a big fan of not actually paying attention to stellometry and being somebody who is trying to speak for the advancement of atheism or for mythicism and standing in the way of science in order to do it, and bringing along your alleged sexual harasser friend in order to try to stop the advancement of science and progress within the field of mythicism. I think that is a very shitty thing to do, and the fact that Christians actually use your arguments against other mythicists shows that you are on the wrong side of not only technology, the wrong side of history, but you're probably just wrong in general. So stand down. Anyways, let's see. And as the chat on TikTok says, his wife sucks too. As the chat says. All right. Let's see. I'm looking for my friend Gavin. Have you seen him? No, and I don't think you're going to find him. I think he is lost somewhere around New Austin. Alrighty. If we've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up.
But are you going to defend your stance on stylography? Just saying. That guy was straight out of GE's chat.
Who?
Defend it. The guy demanding you defend stylometry and then not being willing to hear it when you tried to defend it.
No, I don't. No, he wasn't out of there because GE has even said that he was going to use like his own version of it or something. It was dumb.
Oh, he did. He did. He used the. He didn't use his own. He used the ancient language version,
the old one. Yeah.
3 years out of date. Yeah. And man, his wife got pissed when I mentioned that in the chat.
Yeah. That's just kind of how that goes. But that being said, the person who came up wasn't from them. He was like somebody who just had a beef with stellometry in general, which is again, it's kind of ridiculous when that happens. I don't understand it, if I'm being honest. But
I don't know. He could have been from GE because part of GE's whole thing is that with everything else he gets wrong, he also regularly claims that stellometry is the backbone of your entire argument. which is just insane. Like no matter how many times we tell him, it's 2 chapters. It's not the backbone. It's just part of it. It just goes right over his head.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's bizarre. It's bizarre. Like, it really is. Couldn't tell
So
you.
my question I was going to ask earlier, because the YouTube chat loves to bring this up, and they just don't listen, and they won't engage. They're constantly asking why, if the letters we got from Marcion, from Paul, contradict Marcion's own beliefs, why would he release them?
You mean the canonical versions that have been edited?
That's what I keep trying to point. I just want you to say it. Like, I keep trying to point it out in the chat, and they don't listen. They want you to, like, they get mad at me, and they want you to answer it. And I'm like,
Very weird. Yeah. So, okay, listen.
like, go read Badoon.
Yeah, it's not that hard to just go. Okay, so while yes, the letters of Paul, or these books written in the style of letters attributed to Paul, are published by Marcion in 144, roughly. At the same time, these are early iterations that are not the versions we have today. They include a lot of the core of the letters that we have today, or the versions we have today, but they have absolutely been added to. Entire chapters have been added. Hell, fucking books themselves have been added to the letters of Paul that we have today, including some particular books that even earlier on, people like Origen were like, I don't think that was written by Paul at all, like Hebrews. So the point is, people absolutely added to these things. Tertullian even mentions that he says that he has his own edits of Paul's letters. It is very clear that these things have been added to. So while, yes, Marcion did publish the first iteration of Paul's letters, very clearly that theology was his theology and not something else. That's all that it is. It's not that he's publishing something that's against him. He's publishing something that is for him, and then someone adds to it and claims it's from Paul. So I can see how someone would be tripped up if they didn't understand that it was a different version that he published. And I can also see how maybe someone could get tripped up if they're still assuming that Christian apologetic kind, or just historicist kind of thing, that says that, like, Luke and the Pauline epistles were written before Marcion. So then you could maybe get tripped up on that, and you could, like, maybe be like, why did he even use Paul if he was against him? He wasn't. Paul wasn't there prior. Paul is probably just a placeholder for Marcion himself, if we're being honest. So it's, yeah.
I know. Now I can clip that off of YouTube and just point people to that and be like, look, I tried to explain it to you, you're not listening. Just look at this. Look at it. Eat it. That's a reference nobody's going to get.
Well, I don't know if I know that particular reference. Probably not. I don't know.
I can't remember his name. It's
It's not Tom Green.
Virginia. It's similar. It's a guy. It's a comedian from Southern Virginia. He did a TV show called Boston Square or something, and he was talking about trying to feed cows as a kid and how you could never actually get them. It was just stupid to stand out there and try to feed them, and he'd just stare at them, and just be like, "Eat it, eat it."
Why would you ever try to feed a cow?
I don't.
Unless it's like a baby and you're like nursing it back to health. I wouldn't try to feed a cow. They kind of do their own thing.
There's a lot of things people do with cows I wouldn't try. Cow tipping is just dumb.
It's also not exactly real. I mean, you can attempt it. It's just not a good idea.
Well, and they don't generally sleep standing up. I think they can fall asleep standing up, but they're usually awake and just like don't give a shit until you touch them, and then they're like, "I'm gonna run into you."
Yeah, then they freak out. Yeah.
Well,
it's weird seeing a lot of those animals like just stand up sleeping. It's weird.
Yeah, it's even weirder when you drive by and a horse is laying down sleeping, and you realize that horse farm has gotten like 10 calls that they have a
dead
horse, but it's not. It's just sleeping.
Yeah, sleeping horse. They sleep very weird.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite videos is the Scottish woman screaming at her horse that she thought he was dead. All right. Anyway, my only proof for Paul is Clement's first queef.
Why are you the way that you are? Honestly, every time I try to do something fun or exciting, you make it not that way. I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
$4.99 from the Rebel Reason says, "Hey, thanks for the info. Last question: did Dr. Benjamin White replicate your results or your conclusion as well?" So his primary focus was over Paul specifically, not like the entire Bible, and he wasn't taking a look at like the historicity of really anybody. He was just saying that, or his conclusion was that the Pauline epistles, you can't look at them and say, "Oh, we have 7 authentic things," and even if you did, you wouldn't be able to say that that's Paul. So it's actually. It lines up with it, but you have to understand most scholars like most scholars within like the different fields and whatnot, or within the religious field, I guess, are not like super broad. They're very specific on certain things, or they'll have books that are very, very hyper focused on like one thing. So when Counting Paul comes out, it's explicitly about Paul. We are cited by Litva, but Litva is not talking about like the historicity of Jesus, but rather some second century dating, or some second century authorship for a lot of these different texts, or just dating things that are going on in the second century as far as Christianity goes, like the letter of First Clement and Ignatius as well, the Ignatius letters. So our topic is fairly broad. We cover Jesus, we cover Paul, we cover the epistles, we cover the gospels, we cover ancient historians, ancient church fathers. Our topic is very broad, whereas, you know, so if you were to say, "Oh, hey, is there a scholar who is able to replicate your results and everything like that and agrees with you on everything?" It's like, well, no, they don't typically go after everything that we have. There are multiple scholars that we've talked to who said that they agree with us, even with our conclusion that Jesus didn't exist. But nevertheless, it's not generally something that they write entire books about, like as broad as ours. We are not scholars, and our book is not necessarily a scholarly work. No, definitely not. It's more of like a gen pop kind of thing, so that anybody and everybody can not only read it and understand it, but also replicate the results if you actually give it a shot. As opposed to some people who are saying, "Oh, hey, you didn't actually, present anything that I could use to actually get the results." Definitely, you can. You just got to kind of put in a little bit of work to actually do it. But you can figure it out. It'd probably take you about 30 minutes to an hour to get it all taken care of there. And then $5 from Zeno Lepudre, who says, "What do you call a 3-legged cow?" Tri-tip. Nice. What do you call a 1-legged cow? Lean beef. Nice. What do you call a 2-legged cow? Your mother. Queefing for cows.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
$1.99 from the prototype. 1619 says, "You done queefed up, Ron?"
This is a load of barnacles.
All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Bringing up, is it Santu? Santu?
Santu?
Santu. Hey, what you got for us, Santu?
I just got one quick thing. I'm asking everybody in the audience to go check out Wesley Huff. Don't listen to this wannabe historian. He's a minority view. Doesn't know anything. God bless.
All right. Well, Wes Huff is not a scholar. It's not really a historian either. And he has been soundly debunked multiple times on his claims for different things found within the Bible, most notably like the Great Isaiah Scroll, that kind of thing that he talked about there on Joe Rogan. He's also a clout chaser. When people say, oh, hey, you should go debate Wes Huff, try to set it up and I'll debate him. But nevertheless, he explicitly stated on a video to his fans to stop suggesting that he debate a bunch of people, because he said he can count on one hand how many people that he would stop what he's doing and debate. And it's explicitly, he mentioned, because of the fact that they have a certain following. He is a clout chaser. That's all that he is. That's how that goes. All right. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up and we'll talk about it. Yeah, Bart Ehrman just recently did a video debunking Wes Huff's claims. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get why people like Wes Huff. I mean, he's just this guy who basically, he bodied that, is his name Billy Carson? Is that the guy's name? He bodied Billy Carson, which is a crazy sentence to have to say. And then, like, went on Joe Rogan and stuff. So he's just like a popular guy. That's all it is. But it's not like he's suddenly gonna present some evidence that no one else can fucking present. It's not like he has access to something that you don't have, or I don't have, or none of us have, like, or any of us have, I guess. Like, he doesn't have access to something like that. He's got access to the same shit. So if you think Jesus or Paul existed, you can come up here and you can give your evidence, and you'll probably do just as good as Wes Huff would. In fact, if I talk to Wes Huff, I can just about fucking guarantee you, if he came up here right now, he would give the same level of argument that I have had, which is old hat, probably something about the people here behind me. He might even pull out an Alexander the Great kind of thing because, well, probably not. He's probably not that big of an idiot, but still, it's not going to be anything any different from that. And I'm not saying I'm smarter than the guy. What I'm saying is that there's no possible way that he's going to have some kind of evidence that no one else has. That's not how that works. Ohana? Unfamily?
No. It's me, Alyssa.
Oh, you're off the app. Oh.
Hello?
Hey, you're kind of going in and out there. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you got bars.
Can you hear me?
Oh, it's getting worse somehow.
Laggy. Wait,
There.
hold on.
Okay. Daddy? I don't know how to pronounce it. Say what?
Daddy's perfect.
Okay. What you got?
Hey man, I just want to understand what your take is on because they keep calling it the undisputed letters of Paul.
Who's
and from
they?
what I guess just I don't know whoever the fuck calls it undisputed. I'm assuming like scholars and historians. So just wanted to understand, like, I get it. I think what you say about Paul's letters is that we don't have that until Marcion. I get that. But then, like, where did those? Are you saying like those are the people who wrote Marcion or Marcion?
Marcionites?
Yeah, like his school or whatever. Are they the people who went through those like shipwrecks, things like that?
No.
So
The shipwrecks.
Yeah, isn't Paul like in a bunch of
That's in
shipwrecks?
Acts.
Oh, you're saying Acts is not we don't know who Acts is written by or something, or not by Paul?
Well, it's not even the Christians say it's written by Paul.
Okay. I thought I don't know where I got that idea from then, that Paul was in a shipwreck.
From Acts.
So is that Paul that was in the shipwrecks?
In the story, yeah, he's the character who gets into a shipwreck in Acts.
Okay, and we don't know who Acts is written by.
No, not really. My best guess is either Polycarp or Irenaeus, but no, it's definitely written in the middle of the 2nd century. It's not written by Paul or anybody who knew him.
Wait, Acts is written in the middle of the 2nd century, like along with
just about
the
all
rest
of it
the
is.
book?
Yeah, but Acts is definitely written post 144.
Because I remember you mentioned something about how Josephus had a similar story, and it's kind of pulling from that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that story gets published in 99. So no grown man who was going around with a guy who dies in 60 is writing that story post 99.
Interesting. So like all of those story, like the Marcion's first gospel, along with the Pauline letters, all those Pauline letters were created by the Marcionites, right?
That's what I would say.
Like completely fictional. They just make it up for no reason, just to prove the story of Jesus.
Or just to show you how to be a good Christian or run a Christian church.
Interesting. What I think you've mentioned some. You've said that because my question was going to be like, why would they make that up, or why would they say that in a story as if like pretending to be a person, things like that. But I think you've said that that was like a common thing back then, where they write
Yeah,
stuff.
epistolatory
Letters.
fiction is what it's called.
Gotcha. What other what are some other examples of that?
Seneca, writing in the 1st century, we have 127 moral epistles, which teaches you how to be a good person, and it's written to a fictional person. We have letters like from Hercules' wife to Hercules, that kind of thing. So like we have like letters. It was just like a trope. You can read Patricia Rosenmeyer. She has a book on that, Dr. Rosenmeyer. It's called, I believe it's called Greek Epistolatory Fiction, I believe. Let's see. It is called, Ancient Epistolatory Fictions, the letter in Greek literature. It is written by Dr. Patricia Rosenmeyer.
What this book offers first comprehensive. What it just talks about like letters from that era.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, stories like that. Okay. Interesting. So what I'm seeing is like I again like I get very little time to like really look into it. I listen to every once in a while whenever I get the chance, when I'm like eating or driving or something. But from what I've briefly looked into, like why, because the stuff you say makes sense to me, but I don't really know a whole lot about what is happening like historically during that time period. So I look at it like, if historians have studied this stuff, and like scholars like have, they've spent their life's work on this stuff. Why, like I don't understand why your point isn't accepted by them. And it seems like a lot of this stuff is just, they don't believe that anyone's lying. They don't believe that anyone has a reason to make this stuff up. Is that do you think that that's where like they get that idea from?
More or less. The biggest difference between like us and more critical scholars, even like atheist ones, is going to be the fact that we don't just assign a certain amount of reliability, this crazy high amount of reliability onto church tradition or the early church fathers. So yeah, you're pretty much barking up the right tree there.
And the earliest, you said the earliest person that we know that actually talked about the followers of Jesus Christ is Lucian of Samosata. Last time we talked, so and then I looked into the story of, or I guess the book or whatever he wrote about Peregrinus.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems, and when he says that, because I specific like one word that you mentioned specifically was that patriarchal or patricidal.
Yeah, he was patricidal. Yeah, Proteus was.
Yeah, so because I don't know why I thought you were talking about Marcion when you had said that, but it seems like so. So I looked into his story a little bit, and he says that that guy Peregrinus made up some stories about. Or he says that he wrote their
He
books
wrote
for them,
books
right?
for them and edited others. Near the end of the story, he also says that he wrote letters to different cities.
Gotcha. Do you think that had like? Do you think he edited like those Paul?
Yes.
Pauline. Okay. Okay. Do you by
We can
chance?
actually see Ignatius lining up with certain letters there within, like some of the prison letters and stuff. And so, just as scholars had pointed out, that like Ignatius and Peregrinus Proteus seem to line up quite a bit with their like theological kind of approach towards death and everything, and saying, "Oh, hey, like I want to suffer or whatever." Like they had like this weird, like almost romantic feeling towards suffering or torture.
Yeah.
And so they lined up Peregrinus Proteus and Ignatius, and then we'd line up Ignatius and the prison letters. And considering the fact that Peregrinus Proteus was someone who had apparently written letters to different cities and whatnot, it's pretty obvious that like that'd be the case. What's funny is that you see scholars actually taking a look at this and saying that it's possible Lucian of Samosata took from Ignatius and put the story onto Peregrinus Proteus.
Well, is it
like, and it's like, why would he ever do that? Why would he care? But
Well-
something interesting is that Ignatius, while a lot of people say that it means something else, it can mean the fiery one in Latin. And on top of that, the first time that Ignatius is quoted by anybody, like a Christian, it's Irenaeus, who doesn't even name him. He says a certain man of ours, as if he wants to keep the material but not name who it comes from. And that's because but we also see that Peregrinus Proteus was kicked out of Christianity.
And Peregrinus was he also set himself on
fire. Yep.
at the Olympics. So I thought that's where they make that connection to
Yeah, the
Ignatius.
fiery one. Yep. That's what I'm saying.
So you do agree
I believe
it
that he
could
is
be-
Peregrinus Proteus is Ignatius, and we see connections between Ignatius and the prison letters, which is what Lucian says that Peregrinus Proteus is writing anyways.
Okay. What other writings are there about Ignatius that? So I'm assuming at that time they wrote about Ignatius not knowing or we're saying
We don't
it's for
have
sure, but-
Ignatius quoted until Irenaeus, and we don't have Ignatius named Ignatius until the 3rd century.
by Irenaeus.
No, he's
Or by
someone
who?
later on. I think it might be Origen, maybe. I don't know. It's in the 3rd century.
Okay, so yeah, it's interesting because he makes it. I know he writes it like satire, but he names Peregrinus as if like he is. It seems like he's saying that he purposely was conning the Christians.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what
Yeah.
is the what is
Because he
the
was able
based
to
on-
benefit from it, from like getting bankrolled and everything. He was
But-
like a rock star to them.
but like from what I saw later on, like he gives away his wealth and stuff. Like the stuff he believed in was like
Yeah.
cynicism or something like that.
Yeah. It's because he just kind of gives up. Like, yeah, he also unalived his dad at the beginning. Like, like he definitely was a pretty shitty person overall, and then just ended up. He was trying to. He was a clout chaser, is what he was. He was somebody who was doing anything for attention. I mean, you could say, oh, he gives away his wealth, so like maybe he wasn't into material things. Maybe material things, but he's still absolutely chasing fame. He wanted attention. No one who sets himself on fire at the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games isn't trying to get attention.
But wouldn't
He
that
also in the
be
Olympic
God?
Games 4 years before that, he ended up like causing a problem and everything like that, and trying to basically like yell at people and say that it was stupid to go to the Olympics, to the point to where they started throwing rocks at him.
But you think you're saying he unalived himself to become famous, to
I
get
mean,
attention?
I mean, that's what it was, a self kind of promoting thing. That's all that it was. Like, and he was all about that. It was it was a self-centered thing. He viewed this as like his magnum opus, more or less.
And how would so do the Catholics, do they give a lot of praise to this guy, or have they
Who?
kind of
Peregrinus
to
Proteus?
Peregrinus?
No.
Yeah, they don't like him because he ended up like they saw him as a
Yeah.
con man later on. Okay.
Well, I mean, later on, yeah, he's gone. He's out of the picture. But I mean, if you still keep his material and you change his name to Ignatius, then all of a sudden he's a saint.
Oh, I see. Okay. So the Catholics see it. Okay. I see what you're saying. So wait, is he a saint?
Ignatius is.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Oh, okay. And are there other historians or like scholars that um, hold that viewpoint that Ignatius is
Yes.
possibly Peregrinus? Okay.
Yes.
Like who?
I think Van Vorst is one of them, I believe. But you can actually look it up. It's actually got there's an entire Wikipedia page on it. If you take a look at should it be? It's probably on the Ignatius page. Yes. Oh wow, it actually opened up immediately. That's weird. I've never seen Wikipedia do that before. Okay, so yeah, yeah. This is on the Wikipedia page for Ignatius.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like, there's an entire section on what the hell? There we go. Okay, there's an entire section on parallels with Peregrinus Proteus.
Interesting. Several scholars have noted the striking similarities. Okay.
Yeah. In 1892, Daniel Volter sought to explain the parallels by proposing that the Ignatian epistles were in fact written by Peregrinus and later attributed to the saint, but this speculative theory has failed to make significant impact on the academic community. It's not because it's wrong. They didn't say why it's wrong. They just said that like it just failed to make an impact. In the 1800s, no joke, as far as like mythicism goes, and as far as like these like questioning of like actual second century Christianity and origins of Christianity goes, the 1800s, oh my God, it was a much more enlightened time. Much more enlightened. And we actually see that like a lot of the scholarship and a lot of the studying specifically for mythicism and things like this, it follows societal trends. So as you had more of a division between the Western world and the Eastern world, as you had more of that division, the mythicist scholars of the East, whether it be Russia or China, or like the Soviet Union and China, they kind of were seemed as, those mythicist scholars, they were looked upon as just heathens, if you will, because of like the Cold War and everything like that. As time goes on, So there's actually quite a bit of mythicist scholarship over in China and Russia still to this day that is light years ahead of the understanding that we have from the Western world, because the Western world is so filled with religion, and we attached ourselves to religion as a nation, United States. The United States said, "Oh, hey, as a response to the Cold War, let's go ahead and throw under God into the pledge, and let's make sure that we also have in God we trust on all of our money and shit like that."
Okay.
So it just kind of went away from all this stuff that we had actually like learned and understood and were researching and stuff. All of a sudden it just nope, sorry. We can't be anti-religion. We got to establish the Western Western civilization as the morally righteous side or something, and we're going to align ourselves with religion. And so you end up with what you end up with is scholars who are more or less like today, that are more or less stunted because the people who came before them, who you would cite in a scholarly work, are going to be more aligned with what the country and the subsequent universities and professors and everything like that started to focus on and align themselves with.
Interesting. And do we have a lot of writings from Ignatius?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Ignatius, we have there's a short, middle, and long recension. The middle and long, basically, it's just different levels of how many things are added to the collection. The middle and long recension, generally, the longer it is, the worse it is. In other words, other things are added in there that aren't actually Ignatius. But the short recension does seem to come up as one particular author.
Gotcha. The short
recension. Yep. If you take a look here, there's the parallels here for anybody who was wondering. So both Ignatius and Peregrinus show a morbid eagerness to die. So like I was saying earlier, both are or have been Christians. Both are imprisoned by Roman authorities. Upon the arrest of both prisoners, Christians from all over Asia Minor come to visit them and bring them gifts. Both prisoners send letters to several Greek cities shortly before their deaths as testaments, councils, and laws, appointing couriers and ambassadors for the purpose. I mean, yeah, it's him.
It's weird that like the scholars don't acknowledge this right now though. It's so like I don't understand that concept at all. Like they dismiss this stuff like it's like they're like I don't understand how scholars are taking like faith into account for like these things. When it's just not logical. But anyway, so the reason I asked about Ignatius, are you able to tell which parts were possibly edited or added in by Peregrinus in the Pauline stuff?
Yeah, when we separate it all out into like chapters and whatnot, Ignatius lines up with certain sections of the prison letters.
Are you able to? I think I've seen like that dendrogram before.
Yeah, we've got like a dendrogram there for like Luke and Acts. I don't think I have the one. I think my co-author is the one whose computer we were using there, so I don't have it with me. But it's one for Ignatius and Peregrinus there. But we have dendrograms for it, but I just don't have them.
Gotcha. Which sections did you say again?
I mean, like more like the prison kind of stuff, like the prison letters. What I would do if you're going to run them is I would maybe just do like 2 chapters at a time, maybe even 3 chapters at a time there within the Pauline letters, and then take a look at Ignatius and make sure you have similarly sized sections of Ignatius, like from the short recension.
Gotcha. And how big of a sample do you need for that?
How big of a sample do you need for what?
To like run the I guess the stylo.
I mean, it's not necessarily a requirement that you have a certain size per se. The scholar behind, or the mathematician behind the data science, or the formula that we use, the distance formula, He said that he gets accuracy, and this is just dependent on, you know, authors and whatnot. He said that he got accuracy down to 100 words.
Can I ask, is that Eater Simple or the other one?
Eater's Simple, Eater's Delta. I mean, he uses both of them. Obviously, they're both from him. But Eater's Delta, I think, is what Eater's Delta and Eater's Simple, we both use. We use both of those.
Okay. So as long as it's well above 100 words.
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
able
if
to
you're
get
if
some
you're
sort of-
looking at things that are 500, 600, 700 words, then yeah, you'll be good to go. But I would recommend just kind of putting them together, chapters together, just in case, and then just making sure that Ignatius is also cut into similarly sized lines.
Okay. Cool. Do you know of anyone else like kind of like Peregrinus that we know or that you know of might have added in
To
that,
what?
that we have
To Paul's letters?
to Paul's letters, yeah.
I mean, just you could look at just about anybody pretty much. If they're a mid to late 2nd century church father, they may have done something. Like that's pretty much just how it works. Because they were all doing all kinds of shit. You have people who were arguing about circumcision, and then all of a sudden, Paul suddenly says, "Oh, hey, circumcision isn't required," and it's like, okay, one of you did that. But yeah. That being said, thanks for coming up. I want to get to some other guests here.
Yep,
But
appreciate
thank
it.
you very much for dropping on by. That is Datty. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I guess yeah. Okay. I've got to check that little that other section. I don't know how long Vice was here, but I saw a message. I was like, "Is Vice here?" All right, what's going on, Vice?
Hello, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Got a blueberry muffin here.
The best of blueberry things, to be honest. Other than pie. I like blueberry pie.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Like a good cobbler or
season
something.
1.
Oh no.
Season 1.
Okay.
Episode 4.
Jesus Christ.
You look good, and I like your hat. And also your glasses today.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. So, I don't actually wear glasses necessarily. I just have
They're
them.
fake?
Well, okay. Slow your roll, Vice. So no, they're like blue light filter. So it just kind of helps with just computer screens, that kind of thing. Just helps take some of the edge off.
I see. So they're faux fake.
How many times can you put faux before fake until it becomes fake again?
Well, this would require it being not fake because it's a fake.
So for glasses in specific, I'd be a faux fake faux eyes.
You could put it that way, I guess.
And if I went to Wendy's, I would be a faux fake faux eyes eating a faux faux.
Correct.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I also have, interesting, the same pair. I got them. The glass is so nice. I got them twice. Look at that. 6 eyes.
So wait, you have whoa.
I don't know what's going on, but I can't see any blue light anymore.
What are those?
Yeah. Anyways. The Daniel Green look. I like it. Excuse me? Anyways. So, yes. I'm wearing glasses today, and thank you very much for the compliments. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot that there's someone out there who doesn't think that I'm a massive idiot or something like that. Which, by the way, if you're on YouTube and you want to call me an idiot, send a super chat and I will read it out loud. Or you can click the link in the chat. You can come up and have a conversation. We still got people over there just running their mouths over there? Yeah, probably.
Day 1 of mission no beef successful.
Oh yeah.
We got him.
Oh yeah. There's no beef. There's no beef. There's no beef.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That is Vice, everybody. Now, really quick, Vice, when's the next time you're going live, and why is it at the same time that I'm going to go live?
It's always the same time, man, apparently.
It always is. Every time you're like, oh, hey, yeah, let me hop into Jaren's live. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll be going live at fucking, I don't know, 4. And you're like, that's when I want to go live. I want to go live at 4. I can go live at 3. I'm going live at 4.
How about I just start going live after you from now on? Because I like being in here.
Well, I like you being in here. But that being said, if you're not following Vice, in order to follow me, in order to watch her after me, after she follows me, then just Vice. She's right here. There we go. Follow her. Make sure you're following her.
Ew, I don't like being fingered. Have a good day.
Just to be clear, you don't like it? And she left. I didn't. It was anyways.
Hello.
Bitch gonna get me canceled. Anyways, I don't know how to say your name. I have no idea. It's something
Sophia.
Greekish. Oh.
Sophia.
You know what? I can say
It's
it.
Greek.
All right.
Yeah.
Sophia, what you got?
Do you have any like argument for why Jesus and Paul would have never like existed in history as people?
Yeah, because the story that is presented in the New Testament does not line up with the first century.
Sure, so what is not lining up with the first century, for example?
Let's go with rabbis. In Matthew 23, Jesus talks about rabbis, points them out to the disciples, and says, don't be like them. He discusses what they say, how they act, where they pray, or where they sit in the synagogues, and even how they dress. But the first rabbi is Yohanan ben Zakkai in 70. He starts the first rabbinic school after the fall of the temple at the end of the First Jewish-Roman War with the approval of Emperor Vespasian. So this would be 40 years after Jesus is talking about rabbis. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I would agree if you're going to take rabbi the way you're taking it. So the
To
process
take
of
rabbi the
becoming
way
a
that Jesus is
rabbi-
talking it, like
No,
a
he's
position?
not talking about it. No, he's not talking about it in that way. He's
He
talking about
explicitly
it in
says
the
that they're
way in which-
sitting on the Moses seat.
Yes. Yes.
Do you have any
He-
instance of the word rabbi prior to 70?
Yes, there
Where?
were rabbis prior to that because
Where?
rabbi.
Mhm.
Yeah, rabbi means teacher in Hebrew.
Cool. So rabbi is a specific position. You do not have any instance of it meaning teacher just commonly. Please present any indication ever that the word rabbi just simply meant any teacher, and not the position.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when the word means teacher, it's hard to deny.
There
that
are
might have
multiple
been people
words
who
that
were
could mean
teachers.
teacher in Hebrew. A rabbi is a particular position. And the word rabbi does not appear in the Old Testament. It does not appear on any kind of manuscripts or inscriptions or anything like that from the first century. It is not mentioned by Philo. It's not mentioned in intertestament books, Jewish Apocrypha, or Josephus, who was born in 37 and fucks off in 70 over to Rome, which is why he doesn't know what a rabbi is.
Okay. So do you know what the Babylonian writings are?
I'm guessing you're meaning the Babylonian Talmud?
No, not necessarily, no.
Okay.
It's the
I don't know
Babylonian
what you're talking about.
writings. Okay, so it's from about 1500 BC, right? You can look that up.
The Babylonian writings? What
Mesopotamian.
writings?
It's Mesopotamian. It's written by rabbis.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's written by teachers of the Jewish faith.
Who are you? Are you talking about the Babylonian Talmud?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Babylonian writings.
I don't know what that means. Like, what's the name of the
Okay.
text?
There's a group of writings, right? They're called Babylonian writings. If you look it up, Babylonian writings, 1500s BC. And then this is going to come up. It's an ancient Mesopotamian text.
Babylonian
multiple
writings
texts.
is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Are you talking about
that's just
like
multiple
the
texts.
first thing that came up when I searched for it was the fucking Epic of Gilgamesh? You think that was written by rabbis? Like, what are you talking about?
Give me 1 second. Oh, jeez.
I think maybe you're talking about the Babylonian Talmud, which was written by rabbis.
No. It's the okay. It's the Mesopotamian dog incantations. Okay, I just searched up the Mesopotamian writings, right? I'm looking up what I'm talking about. I'm looking up where it's from and when it's from, and it comes up as Mesopotamian dog incantations. So maybe that's what it is. I'm serious.
Don't doubt it.
100% serious.
So, where's your evidence of
Mesopotamian.
rabbis?
Apparently, Mesopotamian dog incantations was written by rabbis.
Yeah,
Or
it's not a
teachers
thing.
of the Jewish faith.
Cool. Sweet. So, are they called rabbis?
Yeah, teachers were
They're
certain
called
kinds of
rabbis
teachers.
in Babylonian
Certain
writings.
kinds.
Babylonian
Certain
writings in
kinds of
1500 BC. So we
Okay.
don't have any of those. That's not anything explicitly that we have any kind of copies from that say rabbi in it. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay, so you're implying that the word rabbi, right, was
Mhm.
not used for Jewish teachers
Correct. Until the first
before
rabbi
Jesus.
with the rabbinic school, which is started in 70.
Great.
In fact,
So
the Mishnah itself, written by rabbis, tells you who the first rabbi is. That is Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai.
yeah, sure. That's when it was formalized, but I
Okay.
don't
Do
know
you
why
have
you're
any instance
denying.
of the word rabbi prior to 70?
I mean, I don't think that's really necessary.
Well, you're saying that it existed in some form.
Is the
Do you have any
word
evidence
that
of the word rabbi afterwards that is just being used in a way that's not teacher, like or a way that is not explicitly that position?
No, I don't have
Okay. Well,
instance
you're
of the
trying to say
word
that it means teacher, and you're trying to say that it existed prior to
because it
70,
does.
and you don't have any evidence to suggest that it just means teacher, like a colloquial term, like a teacher, like a Jewish person would say, "Oh, my teacher at like just my like public school is a rabbi." No, they would not call them a rabbi. That's not how that works.
Okay, so you're saying they would not call a teacher a rabbi.
At that specific position, they would call them a rabbi, but just a general teacher, no. There are multiple words that they have for the word teacher. Teachers existed prior to rabbis, and they didn't use that term. That's why that term is never found. And also, Benjamin Cook, no, I'm not taking the translation too literally. In the oldest codex for the New Testament, which is written in Greek, they go out of their way to use the Hebrew term. It is not a translation problem. If for some reason they just use a Greek term in Matthew 23, and in English they just decided, oh, hey, we're just going to translate that as rabbi because we feel like that's just what he probably would have said, then yeah, like that would be a problem, and that would be me taking it too literally. But in this particular case, it literally goes out of its way in Greek to talk about that word or use that word in Hebrew. It is explicitly trying to say that Jesus is talking about rabbis. That is not the case. If it just wanted to say teacher, it would just say the Greek word for teacher. Or it would have used, if it wanted to be more specific to the Hebrew or Aramaic, it would have used the three words that they could have used for some kind of a position of a teacher or a professor or some kind of a student or master kind of situation, but not rabbi. Rabbi is explicitly a position that starts at 70.
Okay. I can grant you. Look, I'll grant you.
All right, sounds good.
'Cause I don't
So
know.
what else
I don't know
do you
much
have
about
any
this
evidence for
rabbi
Jesus?
issue. This rabbi issue, I don't know much about it, but now I'm gonna have to look into that.
That's
It's good
perfectly
you
fine.
brought that up because I never thought about that. So
Yes.
that's
Now,
good.
now that I've shown
So-
evidence for my side, do you have any evidence for your side that Jesus
Yeah, I will
actually
grant you
did
that.
exist?
So I don't think that making the argument that there's things that are false inside the Bible, right?
I didn't
'Cause
say
I can grant
false.
that the
It's not
Bible.
that it's false, it's anachronistic. That's the problem. I mean, it is
Okay.
false, but it's anachronistic. Anachronistic shows that the story is bullshit. If I told you a story about someone in the 1960s owning an iPhone, you would know that that story is bullshit, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's not only that it's false, like I could tell you that like I don't know, there's a guy who wore a red shirt one day when reality he wore a blue shirt or something, and you could find out that a bunch of people back then said he wore a blue shirt that day. Like, I could be making a false claim, but false doesn't necessarily mean anachronistic. Anachronistic not only means false, it means impossible historically. And because of this issue, with the first rabbis showing up in 70 as opposed to in 30, and Jesus is talking about them as if there's multiple, and there must be like a dime a dozen, that seems really stupid. There's multiple anachronisms in the Gospels. There's anachronisms in Acts, and there's anachronisms in the Pauline epistles. There are things that show that the story is historically impossible when the reader is supposed to like imagine it at a certain point in time. It just doesn't line up with the time. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Okay, great. So
So
you're
that would show
saying
that
that
it's not real.
some type of small fact that's incorrect, like calling someone a rabbi or speaking of rabbis, right? When it could have just been speaking about teachers or something as such,
Yeah,
right?
when there's no rabbis, that's the issue.
Yeah,
It's
like,
yeah.
and they use the specific word rabbi, right? If
Yep.
I'm gonna grant you that the book is not divine, I'm just gonna grant you that
I
it's
don't
just
care if
reading
it's
the book.
divine or not. I haven't said anything about it. I said that it's
Random book.
anachronistic. Yeah.
Yeah,
Again,
sure.
it's not like if I told you a story about someone in the 1960s talking on an iPhone, it's not just that it's false, it's that it's impossible. That's the problem. It's not just that Jesus said something or it didn't say the word rabbi. It's that a rabbi at that time is anachronistic. There are elements of the story that are literally added into the story because it's a fake story. It's not really telling a real history. At the very best, you'd have to say that it is misquoting Jesus, in which case I don't know how we'd be able to determine that he said anything or even did anything in these texts if you're admitting that they're just kind of changing things.
Okay, sure. So if we're gonna, I'm not admitting anything, I'm granting you that. So I'm telling you that if we're gonna say that using the word rabbi, right, is gonna intrinsically make the entire text false, then I guess like
Do
all
you
the
know any part
scholars,
that is actually true?
yeah, sure, the crucifixion of Jesus is historically
And what evidence do
verified.
you have for that?
According to E.P. Sanders, and several others under the metric of many historical documents,
Like
such
what?
as Pliny the Younger and
Pliny the Younger does not mention the crucifixion, so that doesn't make any sense.
multiple historical documents.
Okay, well, name one other than Pliny because he doesn't say anything about the crucifixion. I know this
believe there's
because I've got a copy of his complete letters right here. He does not say shit about the crucifixion. Didn't even mention it. And they're gone. They just kind of left. Sounds good. Yeah, that's how that works. See ya. Man. Ridiculous.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
All right. And then let's see. Oh, $4.99 from The Rebel Reason. Sorry, my bad. I've been calling you The Rebel Reason. It's The Rebels Reason. So I apologize there. The Rebels Reason said, sorry at work trying to multitask. LOL. How did you validate your method on such small New Testament text samples? Again, you don't need very big samples. People try to say that you do. You don't. The mathematician behind the distance formulas that we use said that they get accuracy at as little as 100 words. It depends on the author, of course, but we run entire chapters that are hundreds of words large, and then we'll even combine the chapters. Sometimes we'll do 2, 3, or even 4 chapters at a time to definitely more than make up for that, 100, 500, even 1,000 word limit or a threshold or requirement that people arbitrarily place upon us. So yeah, it's not an issue whatsoever. Something that the people who complain about like how, or they try to say, oh, hey, they're not doing it right. One thing that you'll never hear them say is they actually do get it right sometimes. because that makes them look bad. In fact, the people who were saying that, oh, hey, you can't actually see authorship at that level in the way that you're doing it, they won't bat an eye whenever we tell you that, say, for instance, Luke 2 was written by the same author as Acts 2. They don't say anything about that. They just have a problem with the author of Acts 5 being different from Luke 5. They don't have a problem, especially some scholars today who recognize that Revelation and John were not written by the same author. They don't have a problem with the fact that we don't see any connection. We don't see any connection at all. Scholars recognize that, but no one ever bats an eye at that. Whenever we see that most of the Gospel of John actually comes up together, most of the Gospel of Matthew actually comes up together, that Mark 16, like the longer version, shows up later and stuff like that. Whenever we see these obvious problems that people have known for quite some time and believed, even Christians, whenever we see these things and we line up with it, like we line up with them, they don't say shit. They don't say shit about how our software isn't, or the software that we're using, it's not ours exactly, but the software that we are using isn't working. They only like to do that whenever it's finding something out that they don't like, that makes their religion look kind of dumb. They don't like that. They don't like that at all. We got Noe 7711. Well, what you got there, Noe?
Hey, how you doing, man? I haven't talked to you for a long, long time. How you been?
We good.
Yeah, you don't remember me. Obviously, you've talked to so many people since then. But I was the guy that I know Wes, and I was trying to get him and you into a debate.
Yeah.
Remember me? That's the guy. Yeah. So anyway, and he said he would. I don't think he contacted you, but
wait.
I tried. He contacted me back, and he said, "Yeah, man, I'll check it out." But he's probably a busy dude, just like you, the same. You know, he's got books. You got books. You know, you're touring and doing your thing. But bro, I feel bad for you, bro.
You feel bad for me?
Yep.
Why?
Because you're so intelligent, and I could see like you got a spark in your brain, like you're smart.
Everybody
And
has a spark in their brain. We run on electricity.
No, not true. Not true. Not
Yeah,
really.
electricity
There's
is
some
within us.
people-
That's why you have to be shocked whenever your heart gives out.
Yeah, but some people don't have that spark, you know. They
Yeah,
got
well then
like,
you'd be dead.
No, it'd
and
be an
they'd be a
eight-cylinder.
carcass.
Well, it's an 8-cylinder car. Maybe they're using 2 cylinders. You know what I'm saying? But
that's not what
I'm
a spark
just
is.
saying, like, you're a smart dude, and for me, I think I told you before. You probably don't remember, but I had a spiritual experience. I was under the Holy Spirit. I spoke in tongues. All this crazy stuff happened to me when I was 13.
I mean, as long as you
I'm
call it
just
crazy and I
telling
don't
you-
have to.
Well, you know what? I don't think I'm crazy at all.
You're
know?
the
I
one who
didn't
said
make it up.
crazy. I didn't say it at all.
Well, no. Most people will think that I am. Most people will think it's crazy. I don't think so. I know what
Well,
happened to me.
yeah, of
I'm
course
just
you don't
thinking,
think
bro.
so.
Can I ask you a question, like a personal question? Is that all right?
Well, as long as it's relevant.
Well, it is, of course. Were you raised Catholic, or what was your when you were raised? Like, what were your or were you nothing? Did your parents not believe as well,
Catholic,
or
huh?
no, anything,
I've
whatever it was,
licked a
whatever it
couple
was.
caths in my life.
No, but
It's actually terrible, actually,
how
now
were
that I
you
think about what
raised
that word
though?
means.
As
What?
a kid, when you were raised, were you like raised religious or not at all? Like, were your parents also like you, or were they religious? Were you raised
So, really quick,
religious as a
how is that
kid?
relevant?
It is relevant.
How?
It is.
How?
It is for me. I'm just
Oh,
curious,
but for
man.
you, great, cool.
You're,
But I mean,
why are
you're
you
not the
getting
host of the
mad?
show.
Why are you getting mad, bro?
I'm not. I'm just asking how it's relevant. I told you that you
I'm
could ask a
asking a
question as long
question.
as it was relevant, and then you asked a question that I don't think is relevant.
So the question is about religion. You
Well, the
are
topic
here
isn't about
talking
religion. The topic is about history.
religious history, bro.
No.
Religious history
No,
specifically.
I mean it just happens to be something that's in a book. I don't give a shit.
Oh, come
but
on, bro.
but nevertheless,
Jesus
it is
involved
still
is the name
2,000
of
years
your
ago.
book.
It's history.
I
If
read your book. I bought your book.
that's fine,
Jesus
that's
involved
great.
never existed.
Yeah.
You're saying that's not religious. That has nothing to do with religion. It's history. Come on, man.
if you read our book, where do we ever say that you shouldn't be one religion or you should be another religion?
No, you never did. You
Okay,
never
yeah,
did.
because it's not about religion. I don't give a shit. If someone read our book and was still like, hey, I'm still a Christian, but I don't think Jesus existed. Great, cool. Because we think the earliest Christians didn't think Jesus existed either. They didn't have the mythology. So that's fine. I don't care. I don't care at all. I don't care what religion you are. I mean,
But
do I think that it
what's the
might be kind
problem?
of stupid to base your belief in something that doesn't make any sense or doesn't have any evidence? Yeah. But as long as you've got evidence, as long as you've got good evidence for your belief, great, cool. Maybe you found the correct religion. Awesome.
Yeah, but what's the
But
big
that's
deal if I
irrelevant to
ask
this
you-
conversation because we're just talking about Jesus and Paul and not religion.
What is the big deal if I ask you if you were raised Catholic or not? and
Because
you're
I
just
told
blowing me
you
off?
that I wanted a relevant question. I'm not going to sit here and talk about irrelevant things. Otherwise, I'd be up here asking you what your social security number was. Because it's irrelevant, you don't have to answer that question. So, do you have anything relevant to the topic?
Yes. So
Okay. What you got?
they definitely existed, man.
Okay. And what would be your evidence for this?
Because I had that experience, bro. When I was 13, I told you.
Well, that's fine. Maybe they started existing when you were 13. How did you determine that they had existed for 2,000 years prior?
I didn't have to ask any questions. It just came to me. It came into my spiritual being. I was under the Holy Spirit. I spoke in tongues.
So you were under the Holy Spirit and it came into you.
Yep. Yeah. Don't talk like that, bro.
That's what you
Not
said.
funny. Yeah, he came. Yes, he was in me. Don't say came into me.
That
these
you literally
silly
said
jokes.
it. You said it came into you.
Yep.
Is that not what you said?
It entered me. It entered me. Let's say that.
Okay. And? What does that have to
But
do with
nothing.
whether or not Jesus existed 2,000 years ago? I mean,
Well, how the
I'm
hell
sure.
did that happen? If there's no Jesus, how the hell did I just?
I don't know. You
what the heck
probably
happened?
slept without boxers. But I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't have any. I don't
Right,
have
that was-
any idea as to whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago,
All right,
and
Mr.
how.
Science.
If that's the only metric. If the only metric is whether or not you happen to get like fucked by the Holy Ghost or something like that, that has nothing to. I don't have any idea as to how we would know if Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago.
Mama. You got to go talk to your mama again. You
Okay.
were raised Catholic, and get back to church, bro. Is what
Sounds
I'm
good.
thinking.
Sounds good. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, or did you want to keep talking about how you like
I
had a
just
three-way
told
or
you.
something?
I just told you. You're just going to tell me over and over. You're going to prove. Anybody can prove anything. It was 2,000 years
That's
ago.
not how that works. If I can
It
prove
ain't
it,
all
then
science,
that's
bro.
just
It
kind of
ain't all
done.
sci- Not
How would
everything
you
is
be able to
science.
both prove that Jesus existed and that he didn't exist? That doesn't make any sense.
He did exist. He
Okay,
did
prove it.
exist. I already told you from my experience.
Yeah, a lot of jizz or something like that. But do you have any evidence from 2,000 years ago?
No, do you?
I have evidence that the story that is talking about him existing 2,000 years ago is impossible.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Do you think that you can be born 10 years before you're born?
It doesn't matter, man.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well,
10 years.
do you
15
again
years,
answer the question? Answer the
bro.
question. Do you think you can be born 10 years before you're born?
It does not matter. They
No,
got
no,
the,
answer the
they got
question.
the years wrong.
Answer the question.
If they got the years wrong, does that
Answer
mean
the
he
question.
never existed?
Listen. Okay.
No,
if I told you,
if they got the
listen,
years
listen,
wrong, does
listen.
that mean he never existed?
If I told you that George Washington, I have a story about George Washington, and George Washington owned you know what? We're going to mix it up here. We're going to say that George Washington owned a Chevy Camaro. You could at least say that the George Washington I'm talking about didn't exist, right? Oh, you're muted. Here, let me send you an invite to unmute there. All right, right?
Yeah, because there's no Chevy
Camaros.
Camaros when he was born.
Exactly. So if I tell you a story that is impossible, even if it involves somebody who really existed, then what you could be justified in saying is the person, the George Washington as presented by my story, that George Washington did not exist, right? Like the George
Yeah, but
Washington that owns
well,
a Camaro.
it's not. Hang on, it's not the same thing. You're
No, no,
saying
no, no, no. Listen. I didn't
no.
say
You're
George
saying the
Washington in
years are
general.
off. The years are off. No one's saying that
No.
Jesus drove
Okay,
a
listen.
freaking Corvette.
What?
No one's saying that, bro.
But it's still impossible. You can't be born 10 years before you're born. That's an impossibility.
Okay, so they got the years wrong.
Okay, well then
that
the
mean
way
he
that he's
wasn't
presented in
born?
the New Testament is impossible.
Okay,
So therefore the
okay,
Jesus of the New
no.
Testament didn't exist.
If I was born in 1974, which I
Mhm.
was,
Okay.
and somebody put on my birth certificate 1964, I
Mhm.
get pulled over by the police,
Mhm.
and they say I need to see your birth certificate. I give it to them,
Okay.
and it's like, oh, 1964. Does that mean I'm not sitting in front of them? I don't exist.
No, what that's saying is
You know
that the
what I'm
birth
saying? I
is
still
if the
exist,
birth
bro.
listen, the birth certificate is wrong, correct? In this hypothetical, right?
Let's say, yep.
Okay, so that means the Noe that is presented by that birth certificate that guy is not real, right?
But that doesn't mean he never
No,
existed.
listen,
Because
I'm
still
aware.
standing in front of the cop.
I'm aware. It's a yes or no question. If you can't answer, we're going to go ahead. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Now, that being said, in this instance, the cop would still have evidence of you outside of the birth certificate. Because he's able to see you there. In the instance of George Washington, even if I write a story about him owning a Camaro, which very clearly he didn't, you can say that the George Washington presented by my story did not exist, but George Washington did because we're able to point to something outside of my story, like we're able to point to you outside of your birth certificate to prove that the character at least existed in some form. So, considering the fact that the New Testament has these problems where it says Jesus is born 10 years before he was born, we're able to say, just like my stupid George Washington story or the messed up birth certificate, that the Jesus presented by the New Testament didn't exist. But the only way that we could confirm that he existed in some form, kind of like George Washington or you, outside of my story and the birth certificate, the only way that we'd be able to find Jesus existing is something outside of the New Testament that we're able to say, oh, hey, we've got something outside of it that lines up. So,
And do you?
That's what I'm asking. Do we have anything outside of the New Testament that lines up with Jesus?
No,
And I say no.
I'm asking you. You're the one that did the research. I read your book, so I get it.
We don't.
Yeah.
That if you read the book, you would see that that's exactly what we say.
I know.
So no, we don't. So that all I'm saying here is that the Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament didn't exist until the moment arrives that we have some kind of evidence outside of these texts that shows that they existed in some form. Then all we can say is the Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament didn't exist until the cop sees your face. He looks at the birth certificate and goes, that guy didn't exist. Until we have evidence of George Washington outside of my stupid story, if the only story of George Washington ever was that he owned a Camaro, then in the 18th century, then that George Washington didn't exist. You didn't. The Noe that is on the birth certificate did not exist. The Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament didn't exist, and that's what we can say. Full stop. Until there is any other evidence, the starting point should be that these are fictional characters, unless you prove us otherwise. That is the issue.
So let me ask you something. What about the disciples?
What about them?
Did they exist?
No.
You tell me.
No, we don't have any mention of any disciples outside of Christianity ever.
Man. Okay,
literally.
Then I can't go any further, bro.
Give me any example of someone in antiquity mentioning the disciples outside of just the Christians.
Thomas in India,
Where in India who
Indian.
mentions him? Who says that? Who says that he got unalived?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's written somewhere. I have no
All right.
idea.
So what we're gonna do here. We're going to go to Google real fast. I'm going to Google this, and I'm going to show you what's going on here. Okay, so
Thomas,
we're looking
what
up
about
for
Saint Peter?
first
Saint Peter,
mention of the death. Listen, the death of Thomas. The first mention of the death of Thomas. The earliest record of the death of Thomas, the apostle, comes from the ancient text, the Acts of Thomas, written around the 3rd century AD. And I can just about fucking guarantee you this doesn't have anything to do with the Acts of Thomas doesn't have anything to do with India itself. It's written in Syriac, so no, it's definitely not. Jeez. The Greek text of these Acts is a version from Syriac. So yeah, the Syriac original was edited and translated by Wright. Yeah. So no, we do not have anything, especially from India, that says anything about Thomas. No. Doesn't make any sense. Not to mention he would have died in the 1st century. The earliest story that we have is not even written in Greek or in something from India, and it's written in the 3rd century.
Orally, they pass on stories.
Prove
because
it.
in those
Prove
days,
it.
we didn't have
There's
printing.
there's
You're
no
not gonna
mention.
print it.
Literally, I literally looked up the earliest mention of the death of Thomas. You think that the death of Thomas happened in the middle of the 1st century and no one wrote that down, even though they wrote about different deaths of the disciples and stuff like that in the late 2nd? No one decided to write down the death of Thomas until the 3rd century, for hundreds of years later.
Because he was on his own. He was on his own, and he was out there, and he.
But
by
no,
the
you
time
said
the
that they
word
had
got
an oral
across to them-
tradition that word of mouth, they knew it. That
Yeah,
means
but
that they knew about it, but never wrote it down for
eventually it got
200
written
years.
Down, bro.
For 200
Eventually
years?
It got written down.
For 200 years.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yep. It's a different time. It's not like the internet. Like today, you just click a couple, things, and it comes up on your screen, bro. It's a different time.
Cool. Yeah.
You
Well,
know, you go out to
so are they able to
people go out
pass?
to
How
sea,
fast
they'd
are
be
they
out
able to pass
sea for
stories
a
from
year,
India? How long would it take a story about the disciple Thomas, his death in India, to reach the Roman Empire?
I don't know.
Do you think it takes
time,
200
probably.
years?
A long time.
Do you think
And
it takes
maybe
200
was
years?
already talked about. Maybe it was
We don't
100,
have
maybe it was
any
50
evidence
years.
that it was talked about.
Maybe it was 50 years, but they never wrote it
Okay,
down
so
until
they didn't
200
write it
years
down for
later.
another
What's
150?
What's the problem?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
What my point
What's the
is
problem?
that we don't have any evidence outside of Christianity for their life, let alone their death. That's my point. That's the problem. The problem is literally no one outside of the Christians, and even the Christians don't even write this shit down for a very long time. No one outside of the Christians mentions the disciples once.
Okay, well, I feel bad for your grandma.
Sounds good. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
My evidence is all the other disciples. You got Peter. I just mentioned Thomas just as an example.
Cool.
You got
When is
Peter.
the death
You
of...
got
is
John.
Peter mentioned outside of Christianity?
I think so.
No. And if you think so, what text is it called? What is it called? Or what inscription?
It's I think it was I forget. I think you say it in your book actually.
We do not.
It's I think you mentioned it. His name
Nope.
is I like your song. It's what's his name? Phyllis or something. I can't remember his name. Phyllis? Russian River.
None of the disciples are mentioned outside of Christianity once. All right. $4.99 there from The Rebels Reason. I got the plural this time. Said, I appreciate the transparency. How does a later date for the New Testament necessarily mean Jesus and Paul never existed? I'm open-minded. So it's not necessarily that the later date automatically means Jesus and Paul never existed. Technically, it does for Paul. If the Pauline letters are not written till the 2nd century, well, then considering the fact that the New Testament presents Paul as a 1st century person who's writing these things during the 1st century, well, then he's out immediately. Jesus doesn't write anything. So the stories could still be for somebody in the past, right? Well, unfortunately, understanding that it's written in the 2nd century highlights a lot of problems like anachronisms, like I just talked with that doofus there, about the fact that there are things that are in the story that are out of place in time. There are things that don't make any sense and can make the story historically impossible. There's also things that are lifted from prior sources, like things that come out in the late 1st century. So it's very clearly something that is not a real story. It is a fictional story that is based upon other material, and they're taking some creative liberties with some of the stories. That's the issue. That's the big issue here. And understanding that it's written in the 2nd century really highlights the evolution of the text, the evolution of the religion. You see the Gospels change over time. You see the characters evolve over time. Jesus goes from being just a deity who shows up out of heaven and just kind of does some stuff as being someone who's got a genealogy. He's born here. He's got a family. Later on, you've got Christians who are like, we want more. We want more. So they give a story of Jesus as a kid exploding other kids in the infancy gospel of Thomas. It's a comic book character that just keeps building. And unfortunately, Christians today have more or less not been duped, I guess, but deceived, I guess, it depends. Christians today, because of the Christians that came before them and came before them and came before them and the evolution of this thought, they believe in what amounts to a 2nd century comic book character. Because people back then who believed just about anything and everything, they bought into it and they started to accept these stories that started coming out and saying that this person is real. And eventually it became the official religion of the entire empire, and you were forced to believe it was real regardless of if you really cared or not. It was just something that ended up happening. Take a look at like areas like South America, Mesoamerica, Africa, all these different places around the world that have been colonized by countries that used to be part of the Roman Empire that, again, became Christian in the 4th century. They introduce Christianity at the edge of a sword and at the end of a gun. And that's what they do. And so you end up with these people who, whether you like it or not, Christianity is going to become the main religion of your area. There's only a few places on this earth that have not been touched by either Christianity or an offshoot of Christianity known as Islam. Take a look at my girlfriend. What? Anyways, conditioned. They've been conditioned. I think maybe conditioned would be the better word. Yeah, converted I because Jesus loves you. Yeah. Childhood indoctrination is the ultimate Trojan horse to sneak BS past budding defenses. Very well put, Nate Zimmer. Very well put. And I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that. Lots of times, if you can get the younger generation to believe a particular thing, then there you go. And sometimes these hostile takeovers of these areas, it was more than just religion. It was also like languages. Like when the Inca were taken over, they presented the Bible in Quechua, which was their language. But once they started like saying things that were or believing in things that weren't necessarily completely aligned with the Bible, they were just like, fuck it, we're just going to, instead of translating it, we're just going to go directly into just forcing them to learn Spanish, and then Quechua becomes an extinct language over time. Let's see. And then before we get to Zaytoven, $4.99 there from the Rebels Reason on YouTube. Again, if you're on YouTube and you want to come up, you can definitely click the link in the chat. It takes you over to TikTok and you can come up. TikTok is how I take guests. But if you don't want to come up or don't have a TikTok, send a super chat. I'll read it just like I'm reading the Rebels Reason comment there. And I'll read it out loud and I will respond to it, even if it's just calling me a douchebag or an idiot, as people called me earlier. Let's see. What is the strongest example in Acts that you think only makes sense in the 2nd century? Also, you seem genuine. Try to be nice to people, man. Yeah. Well, I honestly, I try to be, but if someone is hard-headed or going around in a circle or just absolutely intentionally obtuse, nah, it's not gonna fly. But it says, let's see, strongest example in Acts that you think only makes sense in the 2nd century. So synagogues. Synagogues are mentioned there in Jerusalem, which didn't happen until after 70, but that's not necessarily 2nd century. But it does pull a lot of material, like some things like the shipwrecks and everything for Paul. At least one or two of them, because he's in like 3, at least one or two of them are taken from the Josephus story of his shipwrecks that he got into, and he actually talks about them in his autobiography, which was published in 99. So that would need to be 2nd century. Not to mention, as far as Acts goes, Acts absolutely is, as it says at the very beginning, the follow-up to the Gospel of Luke, and all we have to do is show that the Gospel of Luke takes from Evangelion, which was published in 144, and we can very clearly see it through a myriad of different ways that chapters 4 through 22 of the Gospel of Luke utilize the Gospel called Evangelion, again, published by Marcion in 144. That means Acts, being the follow-up to Luke, has to be, absolutely has to be, post 144. And thank you very much, Noel Gory, 8278. Thank you very, very much for joining the 35-second gang there on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. Phyllis Diller? What? But yeah, thank you for joining the membership, getting a membership there on YouTube. I'm going to be adding some things today on TikTok there for subscribers. If you're over there on YouTube, there's also some videos. There's quite a bit of videos right now because it's easier to upload on there. There for like Matthew and I, my co-author, we are answering some questions that people asked of us in the Discord. And by the way, the Discord is Deconstructing Chaos. You can check it out. There's some people with links there on YouTube and TikTok and everything, so you can check it out. Please join the Discord if you can, and please don't be a troll, I guess. But yeah, definitely check it out if you can. And thank you very much for becoming a member. We're trying to get some more member content up on YouTube and TikTok to just kind of thank you for doing that. That is awesome. But what is going on, Zaytoven? Zaytoven, you there?
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey, doing good. What you got, man?
Oh, doing pretty good. We've talked before, bro. It was on another account that I have. I have a quick question for you. Can you help explain to me who is Marcion? And secondly, could you help me understand where did this thing, how was time constructed? Because it seems like, somebody wrote a comic book and, and then a government decided to, turn the comic book into something allegedly real, but didn't have all of the history because, like you said, the timing is off in how the book allegedly tries to document something. So could you help me understand, like, does BC start on year 1 when Jesus is allegedly born, or is it year 6 like the book says?
All right. So there's a lot to that
makes
question.
sense.
Well, there's a lot to that question. As far as Marcion goes, Marcion was a Christian theologian and writer there in the late 130s, early 140s, and apparently he's active into the 150s as well. He's the first person to publish a gospel and the first person to publish a canon known as the New Testament. So he introduces the character Paul and Jesus and everything like that into, well, the world. But other than that, though, let's see. As far as BC goes, BC means before Christ. It was first suggested by Dionysius Exiguus, to a Christian monk in the 500s, to start their or to make a calendar centered around the supposed birth of Jesus. And so they tried to guess as to when Jesus would have been born. Obviously, he wasn't real, but regardless, these people believed he was. And so they tried to figure out when he would have been born, and they created BC and AD. Well, technically, it wasn't those particular words, but still.
Right.
So the point is, BC and AD, before Christ, and Anno Domini, or Anno Domini, which means in the year of our Lord. It is trying to be based off of the birth of Jesus, but if Jesus did exist, he either would have been born in 6 CE, or 6 AD, I guess in this particular case, 6 AD, according to the Gospel of Luke, that says that he is born in Bethlehem because of a census that happens in 6 AD, or he would have been born sometime around about 6 BC or so, according to Matthew, who says he's being born during the time of King Herod, and then also King Herod tries to unalive him by going to Bethlehem and unaliving a whole bunch of kids, ages 2 and younger. So he would probably need to be somewhere about 5 or 6, because Herod the Great dies in 4 BC. So it would need to be like 6 or 5 or 5 or 6 BC. That he would be born. So even when they tried to come up with the calendar and base it off of Jesus's birth, they still missed it.
So how does that timeline correlate with Pontius Pilate not being around if Jesus allegedly passes away?
Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
if Luke is correct and Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius that happens in 6 AD, and then he starts his ministry like Luke 3 says around the age of 30, that would be around the year 36 that he starts his ministry. If Jesus dies around the age of 33, then that would place his death somewhere around the year 39 because it'd go 33 years from the year 6.
Right.
So it'd be 39. The problem there is that Pilate was dismissed from office in 36. So he couldn't have crucified Jesus if Luke is correct.
So Catholics decided that they were going to, well, was it Rome and the Catholics that said we're going to, quote unquote, change time or reinvent time the way
It's
we
not that they
see it?
reinvented time. It's that they just decided, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to base a calendar, which is just a social construct, off of a off of something that we believe. As long as enough people agree to start counting from a particular day or year or something, then you're fine.
So apparently, whoever wrote the book wasn't on the same time frame as the people who wanted to create or recreate time, if that makes any sense.
What do you mean? They're not recreating time. They're coming up with a calendar.
Right, but what I'm saying is, in I understand the coming of the calendar part, but from the story part, I don't think that they actually were sitting around the people who were actually setting up time to get their story right. Because, like you said, like there are impossibilities. Why would you have, one author give a time frame and then another one give a 10-year
Like,
gap?
yeah. Well, the problem is that the people who are writing this aren't really aware of the problem. They're not super aware of the problem. They just kind of go with both of them. The people who decided to add these texts into the New Testament canon, they didn't dive into it too terribly much. They were more concerned with picking gospels and just putting them into the canon than they were checking to make sure that that lines up with history. Which is why, like Origen in 240 said he wouldn't hold it against you if you felt like the New Testament did not line up with history. And he said God himself put in inconsistencies and contradictions into the text in order to make us see it through spiritual eyes as opposed to lining it up with history, which hopefully you can see the problem with the logic there.
Yeah, I do. That doesn't make any sense. I just was trying to understand because I noticed a lot when I listened to your live. You mentioned the word time a lot, and it got me to thinking. Well, okay, how are we measuring time to understand the significance when you say, did something actually take place in the timeline that we call history? Did this event take place? And if it did, where's the evidence of it? Because usually there are people who are always, taking note of a significant event, and we don't have that significant event recorded nowhere. So that was all I was asking. But I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for coming up, man.
Thank you.
That was Zaytoven, everybody. Zaytoven. All right. If anybody's got any other evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. AC Mike. I'm going to eat this muffin. I'm about to eat this muffin. Do you like your... what is it? Is your muffin buttered or whatever? Would you like someone to assign... would you like for me to assign someone to butter your muffin? Do you want to have sex with them? Oh, no. Get lost. Whoa, whoa, AZ Mike. Oh my God. Let's see. Your opinion on Peter's gravesite and people traveling to it. Not religious, by the way. It's 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 a tourist trap, more or less. I mean, it's the same thing as like the tomb. There's, I mean, you can have a tomb and you can say, oh, this is it, but like, how did you ever actually confirm that that was it? I mean, just someone later on saying it was, which is what we have for Peter, which is what we have for Paul, which is what we have for the tomb, like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and stuff. The Christians, yes, but the Catholics especially just love, and the Coptics. The Coptics are bad at this too. The Orthodox, they're there, but they're not as rough, in my opinion. But to talk to, yes, they're awful. But like in this field here, and that is like relics. They're really big into just pointing at shit and saying, "Oh, this is that, and this is that, and we have that." Like, oh, it's awful. It is awful. It is awful. That's their kind of claim to fame, and it puts a church on the map. Which is why that church over in Lille, France, decided, "Oh, hey, we have the Shroud of Turin," and it's like, okay. Let's see. $4.99 there from. Oh wait. $4.99 there from the Rebels Reason said, I think you're genuine. I just hope you're a little more patient with people who disagree. Or you just want me to, I guess. That's all, bro. Yeah, I mean, I get it. But I mean, I try my best to be as patient as possible. I do. And I feel like, especially with some of the older people who come on here every once in a while, and I can tell that they're just kind of like they've bought into it for a long, long time. Like I try to be a little bit more patient there. I tried to be, but I at least want to be calm and ask the questions. If they end up getting stuck in a loop, that's where I can't stand it. Or if they're saying things that are demonstrably false and they're getting upset because I'm saying, hey, that's wrong. Like here on this live, it's pretty well established now at this point that if you say something that is demonstrably false, I'm going to jump in and stop you because I don't want you to build on top of a faulty foundation. Because whenever people present their argument, they say, okay, here's this. And then because of this, then this, then this, then this. And they start with P1, P2, P3, like that kind of thing. But if I reject the first thing, it's not going to go anywhere. Like you're wasting your time. You're going to have to go back to the drawing board and start the house over. Build your house upon the rock, not upon the sand. A non-existent wise man once said that. And then $4.99 from the Rebels Reason says, are you saying synagogues didn't exist before AD 70 or that Acts describes them in a post-70 way? Technically, the second one, there's no synagogues in Jerusalem prior to 70. And before we get into it and everything like that, the Theodotus inscription, it has a Latin name, which is insane. And then, like all Latin names for the most part, mentions more of a hostel as opposed to a synagogue, really, kind of setup. And it paleographically lines up with the time of Emperor Hadrian, which would make sense because that's when the Jewish people were kicked out of Judea and only were allowed to come back around Passover. So they would need a place to stay, which is what that's talking about. It's more like a hostel where people are able to stay there in Judea. And I commented back on that. It was $5 there from Mazakine. Hey, sup T? Says, glad your data farm is going well. Have a queefy day. All right, there it is. There it is. Ridiculous. Anyways, yeah, Mazkine, thank you very much. $5 there. Glad your data farm is going well. Have a queefy day. And then the face of Matthew is on that emote. That is awesome. Yes, if you are a member on YouTube, there is a emote for Matthew. There's one on TikTok as well. They are different. There's one on TikTok and there's one on YouTube, and they are different emotes. Yestertech on TikTok says, when you say Paul, do you mean Shaul? I mean, no. He only has that name in Acts. He doesn't say anything about having that name in any of the Pauline epistles. This is kind of a made-up thing because, Paul isn't a name, so they give him a real name in in Acts. Let's see. Then we have Zeno Lapudre sent one Christ Before Jesus gift membership. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for sending the gift membership. Saul Blart. Oh, that's funny. Saul Blart Mall Cop. Matthew is King Kirkland. No, Matthew is not King Kirkland. That is not accurate. That is not accurate. I thought he changed his name when he converted. Again, that's only in Acts. It's not in Pauline epistles. $4.99 from The Rebel's Reason says, what makes you conclude those expulsions had already become standard when Acts was written? What? What? No, I'm saying that the expulsions would have to do with the Theodotus inscription. The Theodotus inscription might be what some people have pointed, what you might find if you went digging for evidence of synagogues prior to 70. That's all I was saying. The expulsions was about that. You may not have ever found anything called the Theodotus inscription, but some people have found it or whatever. I was just talking to something that I made it more complex than I really needed to have. So that was on me. But no, the expulsions in Acts don't really have anything to do. It's not the same thing. Not the same thing. Acts is still written in the 2nd century, and they expelled the Jews from Judea. Emperor Hadrian did in 130s, and the Theodotus inscription dates to about that time, paleographically at least. That's what I was saying. Confused Jaren is the silliest. Bitch. All right. Matthew did well on Sunday. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, he actually, so it was funny. So Christina the Godless, she's so nice. She's such a sweetheart. So she was talking about how, like, you know, it was just kind of rough around the edges there for our first episode and everything. And so she was concerned. She was like, oh man, you know, was it really, like, was there even, like, did we even do good, you know, that kind of thing. I was like, yeah, it was perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. You know, your first episode of something is going to be kind of weird anyways. But Matthew, he was able to kind of calm down the situation. And he was like, hey, look, I really enjoy being able to talk about a topic that I enjoyed talking about. I enjoy, but also just being able to just have fun and not take it seriously. It's actually quite relaxing to do that. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But if you missed it, don't worry. We will be back at 9 p.m. Central. 9 p.m. Central. You hear that, Vice? 9 p.m. Central on Sunday night. Sunday. Not on any other night. It's never been on any other night. Sunday night, 9 p.m. Central, Bible Libel. Make sure you're following here if you want to check out Bible Libel. Bible Libel goes over weird questions that you were too embarrassed, even as an adult, to ask somebody at church. We go over those. Are we getting them right? Probably not. But is the Bible accurate? No. So we don't have to be either. Yeah, check it out. Bible Libel. All right. So watch Vice at 9 p.m. Got it. Yeah, you can do that too if you really wanted to. All right. Let's see. Here on TikTok TV. Like, was Jonah bleached? Yeah. Can we submit questions? Honestly, I think we're gonna probably get a we need to get a Discord channel going for that. I don't know how to do that. Maybe I do. I think I might be able to. I think maybe. But we need to get a Discord channel for that, and then I'll add that in there, and people can just post questions and stuff. If we like the question, we'll go ahead and add it in there and stuff like that. Now, be careful, guys. As a heads up, if you comment something funny, you may end up being quoted in a book. That's all I'm saying. Any of the mods can make. Okay, cool. I'll do it. The Mormons ever come back? No. Well, there was somebody named James, but they disconnected. I would never say anything funny. Ash said challenge accepted. Zach says, I would never say anything funny. Well, that's true. That's true. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but it is impossible to actually be named Zach and also be funny. What's going on? Zach Laser Hoffman.
Sunday, Bible at 9 p.m. Central. Be there or be square.
I like it. I like it.
We got to do an intro for Bible. I got to make it happen for you.
Oh, that's really good. I reached out to somebody who I'm not gonna name them, but I reached out to somebody on TikTok who does some music and stuff like that, and so hopefully they're able to put together something. But it's more of a music. It's not gonna be like a spoken thing. Like a spoken thing. If I wanted a spoken thing, I would definitely reach out to the guy who speaks for a living.
There's only one place to go.
Yeah, but this we were thinking about possibly some kind of a musical thing. So
Dude,
we're trying to figure it out.
Get some original music for Bible. I love it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We will see.
Well, if it works out, then maybe we can do a little collab, and we can do like a.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, have like a little voiceover on top of the stuff. Dude, you be cooking over here, man, today. I hear you with that good old Texas barbecue happening. It's been happening, man. I've been feasting on some good old Texas barbecue there, buddy.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, I mean, there's been some good conversations. It kind of started off a little slow, but I mean, you get trolls every once in a while all the time. You know, that's kind of how it goes.
100%.
Yeah. Sky Goose. Are you named after two different types of vodka?
I'm not, but I actually didn't mean to request up. I apologize. I think I butt dialed you on driving with my son. My bad.
Okay, quick question.
I heard my name, was very confused. But yeah.
Yeah, which brand of vodka is better, Sky or Grey Goose?
To be honest, most vodka is just trash. Gotta go bourbon, you know?
Okay, so what's your bourbon of choice? Hey, top two.
Probably Michter's and Old Forester.
Okay.
Great choices.
Oh, yeah.
Great choices.
Thank you.
Michter's Rye, bro. Michter's Rye is where it's at.
Oh yeah, Michter's Rye is good stuff. Angel's Envy Rye is also very good if you're into more like a
I don't like the
flavor.
finish thing on that. I feel like it takes away from the original. You know, I like pure rye flavor. You got that weird sherry cask. It's good though for a cask finish rye. It's really good. You're right.
Yeah, once they start doing cask finishes, you get some really odd flavors in there. Yeah, I feel it.
Oh, it's rum on the rye. Rum finish.
But anyways, thank you very much for coming up there, Sky Goose. Sky Goose. Anyways, for anyone who is curious, if it's just a simple sit down and sip something, or I want to get something for the house or something that is for parties, then that's obviously going to be Buffalo Trace. It's easy to sip. So Saints Alley is actually a particular brand that I'm a fan of there for bourbon, especially Saints Alley. Yeah.
Where are they out of? Is that?
I believe that's out of Texas.
It's Texas.
Saints Alley.
I know Texas has Brimstone. I don't know if you've ever had that. That stuff is fire. Brimstone. Go figure.
They are, yes, Denison, Texas.
Denison, Texas. That's awesome, man.
But anyways, let's see. Don't y'all drink beer? I'm actually look, when it comes to beer, I'm not a big like I'm not really into like a lot of like the craft beers and stuff like that. Like every once in a while I have like a hazy IPA or something, but I'm just more about just availability and drinkability, and so I'm actually a fan of like the light beer there from Garage, like the Garage beers or whatever, like their brand. It's the Travis Kelce promoted brand or whatever. It's simple, you know.
Dude,
just
there's There's something about a simple drink. Honestly, good old silver bullet on a hot day when it's cold and right after you did some yard work or something, there's something about that, bro. Coors, Coors Light.
There you go. Well, if you're not doing a voiceover for Coors Light, you need to start
Dude, I
pitching
actually
to
have
them.
I did a little bit of Coors with the Raiders at one point. Coors.
Damn.
Coors Light.
That is awesome.
It's fun, man. It's fun. Trying to step in Sam Elliott's shoes is never, it's a challenge.
Yeah, he's got a very distinct voice.
Dude, the best.
Let's see. The prototype says, I feel like Jaron would enjoy Angry Orchard or any type of cider.
I'm like a cider person.
Dad beer. A cider person.
Just a cider person. You're very
Cider? I barely know her.
Boom, still got it.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Coors Banquet, PBR while mowing the lawn. That's what Christina the Godless was talking about. Was drinking PBR. Like she had like pink. I guess. Are they pigtails? Not really. Ponytails? Pink. I don't know. I don't know.
Pigtails on the side, ponytails out of the back.
Yeah, but yeah, I suppose they were.
Were they out of the side?
I don't know. She had a hat on.
Oh, you couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
it was either pig or pony.
anyways, yes. She had the pink pony club there, and she was talking about how she was dressed as someone who would be drinking PBR. That's what she said. So
that sounds about right. Yeah. Basically, if you look like you're from Louisville, Kentucky, then that you look like someone drinking Pabst.
If you look like someone who would actually unironically eat Spam.
Exactly.
Oh, God. Oh, $5 there from Akel T there on YouTube Super Chat says, my family is experimenting with Texas persimmon wine and ultimately brandy.
I would try that. That sounds good.
So, all right. A little bit about me. I've never had a persimmon that was actually ripe. I lived, as a kid, I grew up next to, my neighbor had some big persimmon trees. And my little brother and I, what we would do is we would get them when they were green or whatever, so they're not ripe yet.
Right.
And they were really tough. But I don't know why, but at some point we found out when we were really little, I mean, we're talking like, I was like maybe 7. I found out that I could get one and bite into it and my whole mouth would go numb. And for some reason, like, we would just do that. We wouldn't eat it. We would just pick it off the tree and just go numb for like a couple of seconds. And you'd be like, whoa, that was cool. Which is probably not good.
You're like, dude, let's deaden our mouths.
Exactly. I don't know why we would, like, it was just weird. But I've never eaten a persimmon that was actually like ripe. I have no idea what it tastes like. No idea.
They're great. They're kind of sweet, and they're in the like tomato kind of vibe, but it's like got a sweetness to it. They're umami and on the sweet side, if that helps. My wife loves them. We get persimmons every time they're in season. We get persimmons, and dried persimmons are super good too. They have a really nice texture. They're delicious.
Dried persimmons. I gotta try. They might even be good. Like if you like what is it? The you take all the moisture out of them. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, dehydrated.
Dehydrate them. Yeah, dehydrate them. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
good.
back in the day when you're making like astronaut food or whatever, and you put it in a little baggie. Yeah.
Lay it on the rack. I love it.
Oh man, that was awesome. But yeah, I'd even try some dehydrated ones. I think that they might do pretty well like that. Really fast before getting over there to Apostolic Ecclesiastic, $9.99 super chat there from the Rebels Reason. Thank you very, very much. It says, hey, appreciate the information. I know you mentioned doing a debate. I'm not a huge fan of debates because they often become about winning instead of finding the truth, but I wish you the best. Me doing a debate? I mean,
What?
I'm not necessarily looking at doing a debate. I mean, if you wanted to
No,
come
no,
up, the rebels reason.
I'm not like I'm not like the type. I was just here
Oh
like
no! I was
just
talking
for
about
fun and conversation.
the guy. There was someone who sent a super chat there who said something about doing a debate. I'm not super big into debates because, like, as far as like the moderated debates, I think having discussions are much better because a lot of the information that like my co-author and I go over is new information. It's new stuff that people aren't truly wrapping their head around if they're like on the more apologetic kind of side. So lots of times the debates don't really work, and the discussions lots of times also become a lesson at a certain point. So it's tough to do like a sanction, like you've
Yeah,
got 5 minutes,
it
you've got
just
5
becomes
minutes
a
kind of thing.
race.
But that being said,
Yeah, someone, yeah.
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Like I was saying, because I also am like somehow in a debate club, and I actually like debates for me or debate competitions. Sometimes just feel too vague, to be honest, and it's like it's just something done out of I don't know. Maybe back then I would think of love for the game, or maybe some competition, or who's right and wrong, but. Now it just seems so vague, unlike clear and honest conversations. Also, let me introduce to you because like to Zach. Zach knows me, but do you like?
Yeah, we met.
Actually
We
like
were on the
the
panel the other day together, I think,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Like also like we were introduced during the live from Red Headed.
That's
So
right. Yeah, we
basically,
were on Redheaded Troubles live together, and we talked.
so basically, my name is Valentine. I am 18 years old,
Did
and
did
I
he only
am
get
some.
quiet for me? He's like super quiet right now. I'm having a hard time hearing you there, buddy. I think you might be like covering your mic or something.
All right. Oh wait, I'm
There
sorry.
you go. Much
So
better.
my name is Valentine. I am 18 years old, and I could be considered somehow of deconstructionalist reconstructionalism. So basically, I would say like this type of guy uh, who is in the road of deconstructing every type of myth and allegorization done historically in terms of what the Bible is or how the Bible has been taken into apologetic levels and reconstructing it by actually telling the true story behind it and how cultures and how humans and theological groups have influenced how the Bible has been copied, given, and canonized for years. And actually, like if you look into my bio, I'm like somehow of an anti-Bible fundamentalist. So yeah. This is like basically my.
So what you got for us today? Like, do you think that Jesus and Paul existed? How do you know?
I would say in terms of scarcely coming from a doxatic point of view, not clear of it, not like 100% gnostic about it. That I would say they existed at some point, but not like existed in the same way the gospel would give how Jesus would be. Because like given a history about just some guy named Jesus or like some highly revered guy who would be like a very great moral teacher or something. All right, it could be great. Or for example, like someone who claims to be an apostle and stuff. Um, could be great, but also to these stories, like the stories of the gospel or from Acts, could be like a little more hyperbole than we're given. Of course, they're given by historical records, and of course, they're given from doxatic belief, from doxatic point of view. I still believe in the divinity, but still I'm agnostic in this part. So I'm not clearly 100% sure. I don't want to make like a white or black statement. It's more neutral for me, or like it's more nuanced.
I mean, I get that. That's not necessarily a problem. But here on this live, what we're talking about is whether or not Jesus existed, like historically, just as a person, and whether or not there's evidence for that kind of thing, or possibly even evidence against it.
For the historical, like talking from an objective point of view, as like a neutral, historical from neutral historical evidence, Jesus' existence is vague. is too shallow to be said that it's true. Yeah, they're good. There are like manuscripts that talk about it, even external from the Gospels, but still they are too shallow to be given any information, and also to the level of what they say or what they implicate. It's too much of a statement to be actually proven true by historical tools. So there's going to be some criticism or some criticism or maybe like skepticism to it on
All right. I mean,
if
I
he
can
actually
agree with
historically
that, I
existed.
guess. Yeah. I mean, for the most
So
part, I agree with
yes.
that.
The same with Jesus and same with Paul too, because even with Paul, I mean, mostly he's given from Gospels or from some oral tradition rather than the actual historical documents that he somehow existed. Also, Romans never mention anything of Paul, like
Right.
the Roman Empire as well. Like there gotta be something with it, or for example, like stories for as the crucifixion of Peter in Rome, like that. I'm 100% against it. Like that never happened. If that would be the case, if that would be the case, that would be the most documented thing in history. Like after Jesus's crucifixion, if I would say so, or like after I don't know something very documented.
I mean,
Like if
that makes
Peter
sense.
were to actually, or like if Peter or Paul were both to be executed in Rome, or any of the apostles who were said to be executed in some other way given by tradition, we would have very revered documents of it.
That makes sense. Thank you for coming up. It sounds like we actually agree on quite a bit. So, I mean, thanks for coming up, man. I do want to get to some other guests though.
Ladies and gentlemen, Christina, the godless.
And also Corey. The godless. No.
Corey.
I really just came up to thank
Yeah.
Zach because yesterday I asked him to not pray for me before my surgery, and he did a really good job because I'm still here.
Yes, you're still here. I didn't pray so hard.
I know.
I didn't
That's
pray
what
so
I
hard for
needed.
you.
I needed you
And I
to
got my
not pray
and I got my whole life to not pray as well. So you were in good hands. You're in good not hands.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. And yes, I had pink pigtails and a trucker hat. I looked like I was at the river drinking a PBR. It was great.
Down on the lake beach. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I was like, white, should I be like white trash wig? And you're like, yes, for sure. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, you
All right.
You sent the videos. You sold the product.
I did.
That's all that
I
I'm
should
saying.
not have sent that video. I should not have sent that video.
Uh-oh. It was
I'm in trouble.
It was a Peppa Pig video. It was an episode of Peppa Pig.
Yeah.
Big
All right.
fans.
I gotta drive, but I'll talk to you guys later. Bible Libel, Sundays, 9
Sunday.
Central.
It's got Christina and her Peppa Pig wig. It's pink.
Christina and her pink Peppa Pig wig will be live on Sunday, 9 p.m. Central with Sharon Wingo.
And Matthew.
Bye.
And Matthew. Matthew's there
And
too.
Matthew.
Yeah,
And Matthew.
and also Matthew. Yeah. And special guest Matthew.
And Matthew.
Yeah. Corey, what'd you got, man?
Hey, I was just wanting to fill you in on something like when anybody brings up the Gregorian calendar. Are you aware of the North Korean calendar?
I am not. I assume that they have some kind of stupid calendar that's probably based off of like Kim Il Sung or something.
It exactly is, and the funniest thing about it is it's almost the same. So their year 1 is our year 1912.
Naturally.
because that was the year he was born. But the best part of the Kim Il Sung, yeah.
I guess that kind of makes some sense.
Yeah,
God
so the
damn, he
grandfather.
lived a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. But they didn't start using that calendar until the late 90s. So not only did it, they did the exact same thing with the Gregorian calendar. They shot it back to when it actually began many years later. And it's called like the Jute, I don't know how to say it. It's like Jute calendar. But yeah, like they didn't even start it till 85 years. So the first year they used it was like 85. So that's all it takes to create a calendar. You either get the world to agree on it or you force your population to
Holy
agree
shit,
on it.
how many days of the week are there? Oh, man. North Korea is the first country to introduce the 11-day work week.
Hell yeah. We should have that calendar.
And everybody's birthday is January 1st. So your whatever year you were born in, as soon as that year starts, that's the year you are, how old you are. So
interesting.
I mean, as long as everybody agrees with it.
I want to know how come he knows so much about North Korea.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've dabbled.
Dabbled in the DPRK?
I'm a bit suspicious of it, bloke, mate. I'm just saying. How come you know how much about North Korea, mate? What's your fascination?
Oh, it says, well, actually, take a look at this. North Korea began phasing out the Jewish calendar in October 2024 as whatever the hell is this? Oh, it's the newspaper. Stopped using the calendar in favor of the Gregorian. Official calendars for the year 2025, released on 1st of January, replaced what would have been Jewish 114 with 2025 instead. It is believed that Jewish calendar's abandonment is intended to de-emphasize the cult of personality around founder of North Korea, Kim Il-sung, in order to strengthen that of Kim Jong-un. Out of the frying pan and into the much bigger, unhealthier pot.
Oh, wow. But I thought that would be good ammunition to use against those guys that say Jesus came up with the calendar.
Oh, yeah. Juche. That's how it's pronounced. Juche.
So we're in the year 2026. So like 2026 years since what? Those guys. I was mocking those guys.
The year 1912 was Juche 1 in the Juche calendar. There were no before Juche years. Years before 1912 were given numbers based on the Gregorian calendar only. Ranges of years that began before 1912 and end after it were also given in Christian calendar numbers only. Interesting. Really? Huh. Damn. That's pretty wild. I didn't know about that. That's pretty cool.
So you need to make a calendar based on the release of Christ before Jesus.
CBJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And you can do this in a couple of years. That way you can backtrack it.
But we're gonna need that like 11-day work week. Like you gotta have that worked into it. That
Gotta
way,
work hard for dear leader.
Yeah. Well, I was saying like that would make me because of the weekdays, I'd have to be live even more.
Is there a weekend in that 11 days, or is it just?
Well, I don't know. I don't even
11
really know what it is.
days.
Let's see here. If you taking a look at it, like it's just kind of. I don't know why they have 30. I mean, I suppose it's still based on the sun-ish. But like I don't know. How many days does it have in it?
I'm not sure.
Dear God, like Jesus. I don't even know. I don't know. I have no idea. But it's no longer in use, I guess. They stopped using it there.
That was in the douche era.
The douche. The douche abides.
The douche abides. I take comfort in that.
Anyways. Yeah, Yeah, I think that is kind of funny. Like, look at this picture. This picture here on this calendar. Like, why is he standing on
Wash your
something?
hands.
Yeah. Wash your hands, because the filthy Americans don't wash their hands. Like,
Yeah.
why is he on?
What is he standing on?
Yeah,
It's
I don't.
like,
It's like a completely different floor.
is this supposed to be the countertop? Maybe because look, there's a little hand towel there behind him.
Why is he on the countertop then? Why is the countertop so low?
He's so tiny.
Because that's a sink/bidet.
Oh, this is actually the toilet.
Oh, that makes sense.
Us racist Western pigs weren't able to identify this as the toilet correctly.
We don't know. Imperialist nonsense.
Anyways,
I'm gonna do the dad thing and announce that I'm dropping down. Love, peace in the Middle East.
There he goes. And thank you very much, Corey, for stopping by as well and sharing your suspiciously intimate knowledge of the DPRK.
Yes. All right, pal. Keep up the good work.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy.
All right, bye.
All right, let's see here. All right, I think that is it. $1.99 really fast from the Rebels Reason says, LOL, I meant even on TikTok. Sorry, my bad. Well, I mean, it's good to have conversations on TikTok as well. Like, it may not be like a full-on debate, but it's good to have conversations where we're able to talk these kind of things out. But again, for the most part, the way that conversations go here is I will ask you, you can come up, and if you join the panel, you can either ask me, how do I know this? And so I'll start explaining it, or you can present evidence against this, and if you say anything demonstrably false, then I'll jump in. But if you've got some evidence that I've never heard of, I definitely would love to be stumped. But anyways, I think that should be it. I think we'll go ahead and call it here. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Thank you for hanging out with CBJ. I will be back tomorrow about 9:30 to 10 a.m. If you've got any questions or anything like that, you can send me a DM at this point, or make sure to check out the book, Christ Before Jesus is available. The link is in the bio here or on the YouTube profile. The ebook is just $3. There is a print version and an audiobook version as well that some people like to listen to. There's a website that is created by Gray Eyes. It's not managed by me or anything like that, created by me, but it does have some information that I talk about on here, as well as some great resources. It is called it is mythicism.web.app. I'll go ahead and show it here. It is a very, very good resource for a lot of this information. You just click the hamburger button up top, and you can either sort the topics by or alphabetized versions of them there. We got like Josephus. You can take a look at Josephus and look at some of the information that goes over why he is not necessarily a good source for Jesus or even John the Baptist there. But yeah, check it out. It's really good stuff. It is really good stuff. That is mythicism.web.app. Again, if you are wanting to watch this back and you're like, oh man, I just checked in or something like that, don't worry. It is saved over on YouTube. You can watch it here probably as soon as I hop off, probably give it about 5 minutes or so, and you can hop over there and watch this entire live there on YouTube, just about the entire live. And thank you for anybody becoming a member over there on YouTube, because we've got some content that I just put on there today. I think I uploaded like 3 or 4 videos today, and we're going to try to get some more and some more variety as well. Definitely a big fan there of Gray Eyes and his website. There's also a Discord. Deconstructing Chaos is available. If the mods want to put links, they can definitely put links there on TikTok and YouTube. But Deconstructing Chaos is pretty cool little growing. It's little, but I guess, but it's growing. Discord, where there's also some channels for different content creators. You can check them out as well. If you're like, hey, I'm not a huge fan of Jaren, but I do like what he's talking about there to some degree. You can check out some other people who talk about other topics as well. Yeah, that should be about it. Thank you very, very much. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. over there on YouTube, thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for the super chats. Make sure to send a subscription so that you are notified whenever I'm live tomorrow, and we'll get going. Again, if you're watching now and you're like, how was I able to communicate with them? There's a link in the chat that takes you over to TikTok. YouTube does not give me the availability to bring up guests or the ability to bring up guests. That is just a TikTok thing. So tomorrow, starting at about 10 a.m., you can click that link and come on up, and we can have a conversation. You've been Tube. I've just been CBJ. Thank you very much.